Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? My name is Relix, and today we're gonna go on a little adventure. Woo! Welcome to the stream, everyone. Oh, where we left... Man, already in the tongue twisters. Where we last left off. We're in the Corsair Cove. That was our last roll. If you caught the live stream last time, we rolled the Corsair Cove south, and we are, in fact, on the wonderful, fantastical Ogress Shaman grind. And when I mean fantastical, I mean it's not that fantastical. It's a horribly long grind. We gotta get a 1 in 1200 drop, the Shaman mask. And we have not been all too lucky so far. We're still under drop rate. I've been doing quite a bit of off-stream grinding, which is fun. Yeah, we're gonna continue that today. Hopefully we can get lucky, and then we can also talk about what waits us beyond the, beyond this magical little Corsair grind. Need my money. Yeah, as soon as we get that mask, you'd think, chunk complete, right? No. Unfortunately, there's a little bit extra to it. I also need to get my... Actually, I kind of don't need prayer anymore. I was able to get off-stream our 100 kills on the Ogress Shaman, specifically. Also, what's up with my mic? That's a great question. How does that sound? Is that a little bit better? Lelouch, welcome to the chat. So yeah, sometimes my mic kind of does a weird thing where I have to unplug it and plug it back in for it to work properly. Can you hear me okay now? It's the beginning of the stream, sometimes it gets robot-y. A lot better, yeah. So, I use this... Oh, you know what? I'll show you. Hopefully, maybe. I wonder if it can stretch. This is a Focusrite... Oh, I probably bumped it back out. Hold on. So that is a Focusrite USB Scarlet 2i2. It's basically a hub that allows me to connect this bad boy into it properly. Can only hear from left ear. Can you fix that? Really? I'm almost certain that was fixed last time. I'll check. Is it left ear only for you as well, Lelouch? That might just be a haha funny joke, because we did fix that last time, and I don't think it's changed since then. So let me check. Left only. Oh, of course it is. I thought we fixed this. Grr. Sound settings. Huh. How about now? How's that sound? By the way, I am Dre. I'm not gonna probably remember that. Oh, Dre. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Okay, yeah, no, okay, thank you. How does that sound? Is that left ear only now? Fixed. Yeah, that is fixed. Much better and fixed. So, yeah, I'll, hold on, I can show you. This is, I believe if I click this button, it shows you. Hold on, let me drag this off. Whoop! Yeah, so these are system sound settings. It's this, this is what I use as a Focusrite USB audio. And for some reason, it goes to this. And that's its default. For some reason. This is what I need to turn it to for it not to be left ear only. It's weird. Anyways, we are on world, I think 543 if you want to join up. But basically, we're in the middle of our Ogress grind. It's as simple as that. Here, let me drag our drop counter over here. There you go. You can see right now we have 693 kills, and that is just a little over half of the full drop rate, which is 1 in 1200. And oh, great. No, you know what? We're not gonna get some gems right now. We're just starting out here. I have similar problems with my mic, and if I restart PC, Discord, Switch with mic I use, yeah. All I need to do is unplug and plug it back in, and that generally fixes it. Yeah, that's the gist of it. It's as simple as that. What's the driest you've been on the drop? Probably the curved bone grind. We got really lucky with the hobgoblin getting the chaos talisman at kill 496. I mean, the bull shark is getting pretty dry. So the ogre, we got our curved bone at kill 5,631, which is dry. It's 600 kills dry, and in a percentage it isn't much, but that's still 600 extra kills of like a minute each, so it was like 10 hours extra over drop rate. Guards were a bit dry. Yeah, I guess combine the Ogress, Shaman, and Warriors. We could get dry here. No way I log in, you're doing Ogress. I'm 800 dry here. I'm so happy to have someone else doing with me. Just please don't spoon it. Well, I'm already... I mean, if you add up the Shaman and Warrior kills, we're already at 800 kills, so it hasn't been spooned. It's not going to be spooned. If we get it, it's kind of average drop rate. Oh, there's some cool math behind that. So if the drop rate of the Warriors and Shamans are 1 in 1200, you'd expect 50% of players to have it at 1200. Well, that's not mathematically the case. Mathematically, people are going to statistically get that before, at around 800, 850 kills. That is the average kill count of when someone gets the drop. I never used to be into math until it was. Great, that means I'm way more dry than I thought. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, likely you are. What's your kill count, if you don't mind me asking? Of course you don't mind me asking. People like talking about RuneScape. We're all here. Of course we want to show off our dry counters. What are you at there? Is it, hold on, Abdukola? There we go. Ooh! 1,281 Shaman, 534 Warriors. That's interesting. 63% chance to get something by drop rate or something like that. Yeah, it is. 8361 Moss Giants, no curved bone. I don't need it. Wow. Well, I mean, Moss Giants do have an amazing drop table, though. Like, if I was dry on anything, it would be Giants or Moss Giants. Those would have to be my favorites for, like, the amount of resources you get off of those. Like, that's... I mean, yeah, it sucks to go dry, of course, but if you can get something quickly, if you can get through the kills fairly quickly, then, yeah. Now, I have a question for you, actually, Abdukola. Why... 630 Royal Titan to finish staff. Oh, that's rough. That is a rough one. Question, Abdu. Why more Shamans than Warriors? Is it easier? Do you have, like, a bunch of ranged... Or, sorry, magic defense armor that you can just kind of AFK the Shamans? Is that why you went heavy on the Shamans instead of the Warriors? Because I find myself hitting most of the warriors because, of course, I'm more tanky melee defense gear. I'm curious there. Also, you'll have to excuse me. I got a bit of a... Allergies are starting to hit me like a truck. Whew! Maybe you'll get one of my, my serious nose blows. I'm a loud nose blower, so I apologize if I have to do that on stream. I'll probably go to AFK so you don't have to hear it, but it scares the children away. It's so loud. Oh. Anyways, yeah, the Ogress warriors, honestly, I'm pretty happy. Took me 6 guard attacks to get a brittle key on my main, which felt bad, but it isn't as bad as the grind y'all irons have to do regularly. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I've had a main, I've had an iron, I've had a group iron, I've done everything of the sorts in both RS3 and old school, and let me tell you, going dry on a main account feels rough, because it's like, you can just buy it. Except for the items that you can't buy, which just feels bad. It feels so bad, so I understand entirely, Kyler. Oh, that's that's rough. Abdukolo, yeah, I'm wearing Blood Moon, which is nice for magic defense, but it's really just the aggroing for AFK kills. I'm in the little camp too with the tuna spawn, pick up those that let me cook them all by. The time they de-aggro, I don't need to bang for food. That's fair. If I had some magically defensive gear, I would probably definitely be over there too. Unfortunately, the magic defense I have is Mystic Boots, and oh, see, this is what I dislike. Is when the actual shamans aggro on you, and you're gonna have to, if you walk down here, they de-aggro. But yeah, the shamans kick my teeth in. I have to prayer flick mage in order to survive them, just because it's so much damage. Because I am not in magic defense gear, as you can imagine. Addy plate body, minus 30 magic. Addy plate legs, minus 21. I got the plus 3 from the mystic boots, and the plus 4 from the blue dragonhide vambraces, but those do not work. Oh my gosh. No, you gotta... I have such a negative defense. I mean, even like... Yeah, right there, there's another minus 1 for the rune full helm. Oh, magic defense is rough. Oh, Gather Chunks got the easy Karamja diary done. Congrats to you. Nice. That's a GZ for me. Oh... By the time they de-aggro, I don't need to bank for food. That's really cool. Do you world hop for the tuna just so you can stay in the area, or do you like, does it use so little food that you just don't need it? It's kind of an interesting idea. I did see what's her face, the one who started in the Corsair Cove. You know, the extreme OneChunk Ironman that started in the Corsair, like in this area. And then went north and had to do a whole bunch of, like, oh, this would be a rough area to start. I mean, you'd basically be in this gear, but worse. Impling only, that's the one. You got it, Comet. That is, yeah, that's the one who started here. And, oh, yeah, that would be rough. That is a rough start. Oh, really? Come on. Come on. You know what? We're going up the ladder. There we go. No more Shaman. She is a dedicated woman. Yeah, no kidding. I'd love to do a collab with her. Like, it would be really fun. Because, of course, she's still in the area and she's still doing this. Because I know she's working on 99 magic. Because she has the Yanil East chunk right now. So access to the magic guild. Oh. And she is using the Ogress Warriors as her main rune source for 99 magic. We're not going to be that bad, But we do have a bit of Ogress warrior killing for runes. But at least she has the magic shop. No, she doesn't. You need to complete Hand in the Sand in order to access that magic shop, that rune shop. She does have the armor. She has the magic armor. She does not have the runes. It's crazy. Yeah, I know, right? She's literally going to be grinding warriors and shamans until, likely shamans, because now that she has blue mystic, she has a full blue mystic set, so that's really good magic defense and offense. Oh man, I do not envy that grind. I am very happy that I turned skill capes off. Like, we're still, if we roll that chunk, we're gonna have to go to 66 magic to be able to access it, or 65 with a wizard's mind bomb or whatever. So it's a little rough, but it's nowhere near as rough as what she's doing. Now, we do have a few pretty big grinds. Let's flop over here and you can see. So, in solidarity with you, I'm going to get this drop in leagues. Oh, well, good luck there, Fat Timbo 519. Good luck on that leagues drop. I've been thinking of playing a little bit of leagues because I kind of want some of the cosmetics, but at the same time, I'm so busy with this that it feels like I'd be doing a disservice if I were to play leagues right now, because I'm so directly, like, everything that I'm doing right now is focused on the OneChunk Ironman. So it's like, if I play leagues, it feels like I'm missing out on progressing this. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel. I got the Echo Drop from Corrupt Gauntlet before I got any of the 4 armor seeds I need. Oh no, my lobster's too buttery and my steak is too juicy. I absolutely love that saying. I've been saying it way too much. I said it in person. Like, I was talking to someone and I said that, and they did not know what that meant, and I had to explain it to them, and it makes a lot of sense once it's explained the first time, but, like, it's so funny. My lobster's too buttery. So we do get salmon drops occasionally here as well, which helps sustain us a little bit more. I have been basically AFKing with the Addy Halberd in my downtime. Clearly we're on here. I'll show you what I do. This. So if I'm doing some editing, if I'm doing anything else, I'll just set this up and I'll let it go. The kills are slower. It's an Addy Halberd. You can't expect fast kills. That's how I got over 700 kills now. Yeah. And, yeah, that's how I got all those kills. Just because I've been working on the editing. Speaking of editing, I should be done probably by tomorrow night. So you can expect the video either Wednesday in the evening or Thursday morning. So a new video will be up, and that will cover basically right into the middle of the curved bone grind. It's just the way the scripting worked out. I'm gonna split it up. What editing software to use? I use DaVinci Resolve Studio. So that is the paid version. I use this cool little thing. I wonder if you can see that there. Hold on. There we go. This is the speed editor. And it allows me to, there's this little rolly wheel here that allows me to skim through footage and stuff like that super quickly and effectively. And so I will, I'll get into a bit of a groove where I'll be spinning and clicking, chopping, deleting, and it's just this whole double hand scenario. Let's go back to the video there. There we go. Yeah, so I use DaVinci Resolve Studio. I love video editing. That's actually one of my obsessions. That is what originally got me into YouTube and everything. It wasn't like the other way around. It was, I enjoy editing. yeah, I really enjoyed editing starting out, and it's like, oh, everyone hates editing, so I'm like, oh, well, maybe I can make a career out of that. And then I found out that, actually, I have some fun stories to tell about that. Um, have any of you heard? It's been a long enough time. I can talk about this without worrying about some non-disclosure agreements or something like that. Have any of you heard? There's a little TV show called Virgin River. Have you heard of that show before? Anyone familiar with Virgin River? I want to see some yays or nays in the chat here. No? It's a Netflix series called Virgin River. Okay, yeah, it's more of a female audience show. It's let me show you here. Hold on. I have the magic of Google. And boop. I think that is gonna do what I need it to do. Yeah. Virgin River, it's this show with these people. Yeah, it's a show. Anyways, turns out my uncle was dating the executive producer of that show, and long story short, I was able to accompany her on set of some, like, season 2. They were filming a few things. I got to be on the set and watch a few things as a special guest. And then I got to go into the editing department and see how the editing process worked. It was an absolutely fantastic experience. I doubt most people will ever be able to do that sort of thing. So I am extremely happy that, first of all, that this person was kind enough, I'm not going to say names, but that this person was kind enough to let me join on that experience, and it was a wonderful, wonderful trip that gave me some very solid memories that I will never forget. But specifically, I got to go to the editing department, and I got to actually be there while they were cutting up. There's something big that happens in the end of the second season, and I got to see exactly what happened almost a year before it was actually released to the public. So I had this absolutely massive spoiler that I had seen that I could have wrecked so many people. Like, it was horribly, like, it's something, again, that was so cool that, like, I had this secret information. My mother watches this show, so I would tease her for months upon months, being like, I know what happens. Oh, and it was so funny. Oh gosh, I have top chat and not live messages on again, of course. I was wondering what was going on. There we go. So, for those of you that don't know, for some reason YouTube likes to put the chat into either live chat or top chat. I guess this might be more for larger streamers when they just, a lot of people are spamming things, but yeah, it's not necessary for me to not be on live chat and see exactly when you guys are actually typing. And yeah, sorry, I was missing out a couple of, like, Comet, your O there wasn't showing up because I was on the top chat instead of the live chat, which is weird. I don't know why YouTube does that for people who actually just have smaller audiences like us. Not that this is a small audience. Oh my goodness, Lobster's too buttery here already. Man, I know how absolutely blessed I am to have, like, there's freaking 18 people in here. How many people just starting out their streaming career have 18 people in the chat? The fact that you can't default it to one or the other is so annoying. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's it's so fun seeing how catastrophic and convoluted some of these settings are. Like, why wouldn't you be able to set live chat as the default? Like, I have to switch that every single time I start a stream. Otherwise, it just doesn't show up. Like, it's weird. Oh, it's so weird. Oh, man. It is so weird. Yeah. Yeah, there's a good 20 people in here right now, which is way better than, like, I remember when I did streaming on my previous channel, I'd get, you know, 2 or 3 people in here, and I would have a blast with them, of course. But it was... Hold on. Copied Snapchat stories. It's perfectly fine for YouTube to copy Twitch chat. Lol. Yeah, no kidding, right? Like, Twitch chat does it so well. I'm planning eventually to multi-stream onto YouTube and Twitch, and probably Kick as well, mainly because, well, I don't use copyrighted music. I use regular RuneScape music because I do not know the first inkling of where to start with that. Looks like we are running a little low on health. Let's see if it's been 20 minutes. It has, so we can teleport back to the trawler to restock. Unfortunately... Yeah, see, this is the difference. Like, I go through all of my food. I only have half of it, and half an inventory of things. I could probably save the bones if we're gonna do that. That's gonna be helpful. Ooh. We're getting up there in strength. We're at 79, almost 80 strength, because you guys in the live stream last Friday mentioned that, you know, instead of training attack to 70 and making this quicker, y'all pulled it and wanted, of all things, me to get my strength to 80. Which, I get it. Number, go burr. There we go. Let's eat some of our crappy food to just heal up a little. We are up to 2 chocolate bars. That's kind of cool. I know there's several quests that require chocolate bars. Let's bring a swordfish, too. Why not? Ooh, man. Allergies are hitting me like a truck today. It's also cold. I have this little... this little throw blanket. It's a cute little throw, eh? It's nice pattern. Have this thing just because it's a little chilly in here right now. But yeah, it's trying to keep my... I don't need it right now. It's I'm excited enough and adrenaline's pumping enough from the live stream that I don't need it right now. Maybe when I get more... actually, it's starting to heat up a bit. So... If you haven't noticed, I live in an RV. There's my RV door right there. There's my roof. So, yeah, live in an RV, and it's got some pros and cons. One, technically I'm legally homeless because the government of Canada does not see recreational vehicles as a domicile, which is fun and all, but at the same time you do what you have to do to survive. It's this or a tent. So, you know, what say you, Canada? What are you gonna do about that? Yeah, there's nothing. Like, it's so weird. There are so many issues going on in Canada right now that, you know, this is the most... What the... Oh, hold on. I gotta stretch that back over. There we go. Wonder how long... That's been out there for a while, yeah. For 10 kills or so. I wonder how many weird laws are in your countries that are, like, actually detrimental to your living scenarios, because like it's so hard to be able to afford anything right now. Like, the only reason why I've decided to push away from traditional work and head more into streaming and YouTube and stuff like that is because of the ongoing support from all of you. You've been so great that I've been able to actually push away a bit. And specifically the YouTube videos, the ad revenue that I get from that. Speaking of, I don't put mid-rolls in anything, because I really hate going into a video and getting like 1 or 2 mid-roll ads. They're, ugh, no, gross. So I keep those out. Same with live streams. I think I can actually, yeah, I can insert ads whenever I want. It looks like there's a button for it. Like, it's crazy that they would do that. That they would like force, like they push ads at every moment. There's a recommended ad setting for YouTube, and it's predatory. Come on. It's like every 5 or 6 minutes they're showing you an ad. It's gross. Click that when you need to walk AFK and stuff. Yeah, maybe I will. I'll click the AFK button and then I'll click an ad button. But even then, it's like, bro, if money is tight, no one's gonna hold a few mid-rolls against you. I mean, money is tight, but no, I don't want to build a reputation of just... This is the thing, is I'm a very frugal person. Like, I buy things in bulk. I bulk cook and freeze and store, and like, just giving you an example. Actually, hold on. I've got a fun example. This, hold on, this isn't gonna go anywhere. Let's take a look. Hold on, this will be fun. Red bin, down here. See this? This? Oh. That is a 20-pound container of spaghetti. Because I bought it in bulk, and I have food storage. Oh. All the things that I need are bought in bulk. Yeah, playing an ad for less than 20 people gives I don't know. I've never pressed the button, honestly, so I don't know how much 20 people live streaming would give me. I have no idea, because there might be a premium on live stream ads because it's a live audience. I'm not entirely certain. I don't know. Plus, I have no idea what YouTube would feed you. It's probably some slots or something like that, which honestly I'm not too happy with. Hold on. Okay, I need to get water. Haha. Great thing is, I could still talk to you guys all the way over in my kitchen. I'm getting water right now. You wouldn't know it unless I was yelling at you. Yeah, there we go. Done. I get beef jerky ads. Oh, yeah, well, jerky's amazing. I'd love a beef jerky ad every once in a while. No, I just get ads that are like, are you a man in your 30s and single? Well, you're probably sex deprived and have crippling addictions to certain things. Like, no? Like, you should watch your depression. What's going on? Like, I get the weirdest ads. It thinks that I'm just a depressed 30-year-old man doing nothing with my life. No! Like, silly Billy. I'm enjoying my life right now. I am the least depressed I ever have been, actually. After the outgoing of ChunkMist, like, as soon as ChunkMist came out, episode 1 came out, that video got like 100,000 views, and I hate to tie my happiness directly to success, but honestly, welcome to the life of a dude, right? Happiness and success do go very hand in hand. And yeah, episode 1 was a huge success, and all the other episodes they're doing great as well. They're not as great, of course, because as you'd expect, episode 1 would get more views, and because every other episode that comes out can be a new it pushes people to watch the episode and then go back to episode 1 to see where it started, right? So episode 1 will always be the best episode until I start a new series, which I really don't want to start a new series right now because I'm having so much fun with ChunkMist. That's why I'm doing the live streams and stuff, is so we can enjoy this time. Oh, mother grape grass. That's a long bone. That's a 1 in 400 drop. That's my second long bone. No, I don't like that. If I get a curved bone here, I am gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh, that would be rough. That could have been the drop right there. That's the thing, is, like, at any moment, this grind could... Whoa. Oh, 74 hit points right there. Dang. We're getting healthy. Oh yeah, 74 health. That's good. We're almost at 75. Chunk Renar, a slow death. Grats, thank you. Thank you for the grats. Ooh. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. First thing in the morning, sometimes I get a little bit of heartburn as well, because, you know, obviously. Have a Tums on the side, just in case. Keep me from burning up. Now, see, that's an interesting drop right there, nature runes. We're getting quite a few of them. We almost have 500 nature runes. Now, why is that important? Well, actually, this is a great time to talk about the rest of my tasks. Because when we get... Bone conduction headphones are one of my favorite pieces of tech in recent history. I am loving them. Like, these suckers are so nice. I don't think I'm ever gonna go back to regular headphones. Just the fact that this is open ear, the fact that I no longer have the headphone bar pressing against my head at all times, giving me that, you know, dent. I was getting the dent real bad. Oh, it was awful. It's just such a liberating feeling, having your ears actually open. I even wear them in the shower so I don't annoy my wife with my music podcast. These I don't think are waterproof, but if you get the waterproof ones, I'm sure those would be pretty good. Water check, everyone. Hail hydrate. Don't forget to drink your water, everyone. What about the sound? Is it better in the ear? No, it's not better in the ear. You're still going to get a better ear sound with a full... Yeah, sound is objectively worse, but it's worth the trade-off. That is my exact opinion on it. It is a lower quality sound, but it isn't bad sound. Like, you're not getting all of the trebles and the basses. Like, the upper and lower ranges are a little bit less. Just adjusting my headphone volume there. I wonder, does that actually change the volume in stream as well? Did it get louder and quieter for you as well? Yeah, Still use my non-bone ones depending on the situation. Yeah, there are certain scenarios, like for example, if you're on a plane and you're heading somewhere and you don't want to hear people, noise-canceling headphones are still worth their weight in gold. These suckers are so good for, like, if you're walking. Oh my goodness. If you're walking or traveling anywhere and need, like, on the bus, on the subway, on anywhere that has you in a public setting, these suckers are hands down the best thing you can ever have. First of all, it allows your ears to be open so you are aware of vehicles everywhere. It is safe. In the car as well, if you don't have a good sound system in there, you put these on, they're great. Working out at the gym, they're great. Like, yeah, not sacrificing most of your situational awareness is dope. That is exactly the right term, and exactly what is the major positive here. It's so nice not to have to worry about... Yeah, you don't trade situational awareness. I'm completely aware of things that are around me right now, except for the ghosts. No, I'm kidding. No, they're... So, anyways, talking about our tasks. So, we have the Karamja Elite task. Speaking of, at the end of this skill, we're going to go check on our tree, because that is directly tied to that. We still need a palm tree. We need to check the health of a palm tree in order to do that. Is that on the not just standing clause? Yes, because we're not going to be waiting around. If we get every other task done, not just standing clause is going to click in and allow us to basically move that along with us. This one, hard task number 8 for the Ardoindar diary. What is that? Well, that is a mithril plate body. That's not fun. We have 55 smithing, and we need 67 with our boost. We need 67 smithing in order to get mithril plate bodies, which is going to be a hell of a grind. Now, why does that grind exist? Well, it's because these guys drop a lot of nature runes and fire runes, apparently. I haven't been getting too lucky on the fire runes. I mean, I have 523 of them, which I guess is... some. Yeah, but the nature rune and the fire rune grinds are big enough that it triggers our 1 in 16 drop rate clause, which means they count as primary sources of runes, which means we're going to be here for a while gathering these runes. Now, I'm not sure if I want to make steel, mithril, or a mixture of iron and mithril. Like, I'm not sure what I want to make. Likely, I think what I'm going to do is because we're getting a lot of cosmic runes now, is I'll use some cosmic runes to make some rings of forging. Take our iron ore, turn them into iron bars. Then I'm going to take all of our mithril bars and turn them, or our mithril ore, mine a bunch of coal, and get ourselves a bunch of mithril bars. So we'll have a mix of iron and mithril. We can then use that to make arrowheads in order to help our grind for the other task here, which is the nature talisman, which is no longer going to be, unfortunately, blocked by our not just standing clause, because the shamans and the warriors have a wonderful thing called, I mean, first of all, we have our smithing method with nature runes, so that alone, ooh, rune medium helm, that'll be fun to high alch. The runes themselves would instigate the grind. However, the shamans and warriors also happen to drop a significant number of arrows, which in and of itself would have made the grind. So between the arrow drops here and the rune drops here, we gotta get the nature talisman from the bull shark. That is going to be our longest grind. It's going to be longer than the warriors. We are probably going to have to go... We might get a few masks by the end of our grind here. That's why I'm live streaming, is because we're going to be here for a while, and I want to be able to get you guys along on this adventure. because there's going to be a lot of just talking, shooting the crap. Why am I getting messages? I thought I turned this off. Why messages are you off? Call off, ring off, alarm off. There we go. I don't want messages during a live stream. There we go. Bleh. I get you. I'll look into them. Thank you. Yeah, and Steven, the headphones, they're not too expensive now either. Like, I got these from Costco for like 130 bucks. They're cheaper than some nice headphones. These are the Shocks, and they work pretty well. Yeah, they work well. Let's see. I used mine at work before they broke. I take it that meant broke, but yeah. They do feel a little bit on the floppy side. Ooh, hold on. That's a big old wall of grats. Someone just got 99 cooking in the chunks. Oh, that is... Cakes chunk? Yeah, just got 99 cooking. Which, shockingly, I mean not shockingly, is our highest skill at 91 because of the mantas that we had to cook up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a big wall of gratses. See, yeah, there we go. 22 iron arrows right there. If we actually look at the drop tables for the warriors, there's a mix of... Finally graduated from Idiot Sandwich. I get it. It's a Chef Ramsay reference. Fun. Haha. Yeah, if we look at the drops here, we have 735 irons, 466 steels, 379 mithrils. When it is 700 kills, but if you look at our 1 in 16 drop rate, even one of these arrows, one of these gives one of those. That's more than 1 in 16. So we have a source of arrows now. We have a source of superheat runes. Like, these literally carve out... Gotta love dyslexia, not... Yeah, no kidding. I'd marry an ogress. Yeah, look at those! Woo! You like them big girls with the thick thighs. No. Please do not. Please do not marry the ogresses. Lox Panda. That would be a bad time. Then again, who knows? Maybe your preference is that would be a great time. Yeah. I don't know if I'm inherently dyslexic. I haven't been tested for it. Because I think it's just I try to read things too quickly. And that's why things get shuffled around. If I take my time and slow down. Was that a Joe Cat reference? Yes, it was a Joe Cat reference. Good catch on you there, Kyler. Yeah. That was a very good catch. Yeah, that was a Joe Cat reference. Wow, I did not think anyone was going to catch on to that one. That is fantastic. You can tell we're permanently on the internet because of things like that. Yeah, I gotta go and make dinner. Good luck on the mask. Well, thank you, and Stephen, for coming around. You know, I don't expect everyone to stick around the whole time for these live streams, because they could range from a couple hours to half the day, really. So, you know, if you have time, feel free to pop in, say hello. I thought he was just a niche guy. I've been following for years, and then I saw he was over 1 million subs. Good for him. Yeah. No, Joe Cat, he's definitely a niche. And there's another rune medium helm. Every time we get a medium helm, that could have been the whatchamacallit. I'll come back if you're still on. Well, thank you, N7. We'll see if we're back on. But yeah, no, Joe Cat he's definitely niche. I think anyone under about 5, I'd say 5 million is still niche. Like, you have a very solid grounding of that niche. Like, I mean, like, let's take some of the largest old school RuneScape content creators on the entire platform. Oh, look at that. I'm getting a little low. This is actually a little dangerous. Hold on. We're gonna have to start flinching this. I don't want to have to flinch this. I think I'm gonna have to flinch this to finish this kill, because I don't want to die here. Yeah, we're gonna flinch this Ogress because we do not want to die here. 28 health. You know what? Let's get a little lower. 28 isn't enough to start flinching. Let's set it at 10 health. If we're 10 health or less, we'll start flinching. Otherwise, let's risk it for the biscuit. Come on. Come on, just one more solid hit. There we go. Okay, see, another 31 iron arrows. Like, we get a decent amount of arrows here, which means that the Nature Talisman actually has 2 locks that are taken out, which is source of arrows and source of the smithing as well. Just watched an interesting video essay on how Mr. Beast may be winning YouTube, but he has almost 0 community. Like, Beast Game subreddit has about 10k subs, but costs more than a Survivor an episode. That's an interesting concept. Well, I think it's because he's... Well, yeah, Mr. Beast hasn't built up what I would consider a dedicated audience. Like, that's one of his major issues. We're actually going to chug a couple jugs here. Because, yeah, 2, 4, 6. There we go. That'll be enough for a bit. Mr. Beast has done a lot of things right, but he's also done a few things wrong here. Let's grab our stack of coins, and let's grab our apple trees. So he's gotten so big so fast, and his primary focus was solely to increase that number, those views. And don't get me wrong, he makes $1 million videos. We're going to just bring that back. He makes $1 million videos. Cost him $1 million, make him a couple million. Like, he is not suffering. Like, he has a significant audience. But if you notice, some of his videos are starting to dwindle off. He's hit his peak. He has hit his peak. And that's because the following that he has is... Oh, look at that. We got our apple tree. Boink! 1.2k XP right there. He hasn't built a relationship with anyone. Like, he has, but he hasn't. People see him as, a source of collaborations to be able to make their audiences bigger, if they're a creator. But never like a, hey, Mr. Beast is my friend, because no one's gotten to know him. Everyone just sees him as this big monolith of content. And, like, it's kind of sad. It's lonely at the top, really. And right now, he is at the top of YouTube in terms of viewership. But in terms, like, if he went to live stream right now, his live streams would be awful. Like, we're having a bit of a relationship here, right? Like, we're talking, we're able to one-on-one have a conversation. That's not going to be the case with him. There are going to be too many people there, so he's not going to be able to build that fundamental back-and-forth relationship that allows him to create, and I hate to say this, but, like, to create a genuine relationship with those people. When I'm talking to you, I am only talking to 30 or so people. That is a small classroom. That is why teachers and stuff like that, they don't, like, the relationship that someone can have with 30 people versus 100,000 people is significantly different. And because of that, he skipped out on a real fundamental step, which is actually, like, getting to know his audience. Like, for example, I know sometimes, like last live stream, I'm going to actually grab some prayer, just in case we hit that scenario again, so I'm just going to run over there real quick. But, like, there are things that yeah, Mr. B, yeah, no kidding. There are things that he's missing out on that he is not going to know unless he actually talked to his average viewers. Like, for example, for me, fundamentally, a question that came up, pulled last stream, was, hey, do we level up our strength to 80 or do we get our attack to 70? And then I told y'all that, you know, if we leveled our attack, it would actually go faster. There is a kill timer, a kill rate, that with attack going up, it makes our attacks more accurate. Meanwhile, strength does nothing for us until we get our next extra damage, our next extra max hit. So this is nothing for us. We're just training this for the sake of number being round. But guess what? That's what y'all voted for. Does that, like, this is the logical answer, train attack. This is what you chose, train strength. And I wouldn't have known that you would have, like, it wasn't even close. It was like 70% of you in the chat wanted strength to go up. And it was at 78, so it was a round-ish number. But Mr. Beast would have missed out on that, because he wouldn't poll people for that. And he wouldn't talk to you about that, because he doesn't know his audience. He knows the general audience of YouTube. That is what he knows, but he doesn't know the individuals. Right? The video essay was by Folding Ideas, one of the group of YouTubers the Beast Crew paid to fly out and see Beast Games, but mostly to ask how to build community. Yeah, he doesn't know how to build community, and it's sad. Like the number one thing I have done in the Relix channel, every single episode, with the exception of maybe the last one or two, because there really wasn't anything to poll, was at the end of every episode, there is a poll. Right? That, y'all know that. That is a key feature of the channel. Every time there's a new episode, there's likely going to be a new poll, unless it's like the end of a series like Lorebound, or if there's just nothing to poll at all. Like, I have looked for polls for this last video. I think they're going to be more on live streaming. Like, the polls that I present are going to be a bit more about live streaming, like what kind of features you want in the live streams. Do you want the live chat rolling down? I'll try to figure that out, you know. I'm sure I can. Like, if you want your comments to appear on the chat so that it so, you know, hey, there's your comments. If you want me to figure out how to put those on the live stream, I could definitely figure that out. But, like, that's something that, you know, something's nice about having this clean setup. Like, it's just the game and my face. That is it. It's not as distracting as a wall of text. It's kind of give and take there, because I do like that a bit. But at the same time, it's almost so automatic for live streams to have a rolling chat. Like, it's everywhere. Everyone does it. Why does everyone do a rolling chat? Well, that's because it's normal. Why is it normal? It's because it shows interaction on the live stream, and then people can, like, clip it and they, there's my name on the live. I don't know. Is that worth doing? Is that worth doing? I want a poll. I want a poll for that, because, like, I'm not a streamer professional. This is not my forte. My forte is video editing, and it's video creation, and it's stuff like that. Streaming is new to me, which is really fun. It makes my my learning ADHD go absolutely bonkers, because there's all this new stuff that I can learn. Water check, by the way. Tyler, your interactive element is one of the main selling points of your videos. Other than the cool ideas, good editing, chill vibes. Well, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I mean, I like being able to interact with people. If you notice in the comment section of all my videos, I answer 90% of all the comments. Anything that you post in there, if it has some value besides just grats or woo, or, like, if it isn't just an exclamation, I will likely respond to it. If it has anything you point out, like, hey, I really like this part in the video, or hey, why did you do this, or, like, anything that asks a question, anything that does any little bit of, like, anything that shows that you actually put some thought behind what you did or what you posted, and I respond to those every single time. Even if it's criticism. Criticism is great, honestly, because I can adjust. How do you self-regulate and emotionally handle bad comments? That one's actually super easy for me. So, my previous channel, Ryanakin, I had a much worse reception. People really did not like what I did there. And because of that, I grew a very hard shell very quickly. And so the odd comment that pops up here is nowhere near what I got back then. Ooh, there's an ensouled head. Hold on, I am going to have to... my nose is starting to run a little bit because of the allergies. I wish I could just say anything besides I kind of grew a thick skin over time. But ultimately, that's kind of what happened. Come on, let's go out of the aggro range. Now walk away. No, okay, you're gonna have me climb up the vine ladder? Yeah, okay. There we go. Get some more warriors over here. The shamans do roam down here occasionally and do aggro, so I do have to sometimes move. But, oh, emotional regulation's rough. But once you've had a couple death threats under your belt, anything that is less than a death threat is not an issue. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I'm a little more emotionally stable than panic. Man, that is actually a good question. How do you self-regulate and emotionally handle bad comments? When I see a bad comment, one that isn't criticism, but just like, you suck, you're a terrible person, or I don't like your content, I like, or ones that are like criticism, but from a bad sense. There are a couple of those. So hold on, I gotta blow my nose. This is hold on, I'll be right back. There we go. Ugh. You don't need to see that. That was degrading. Woo! Oh, self-regulating bad comments. There were a few bad comments that I've gotten, mostly to do with, you know, I'm not gonna watch your video because you did that. That's blackmail. Like, that's saying that, like, for example, after, I think it was episode 2 or 3 of the ChunkMist series, I stopped putting numbers on the videos. Because, psychologically, if you see a new video, and that video doesn't have a number on it, you would be able to click that, but if that number is anything above 3 or 4, psychologically you're gonna know, oh, that's a series that's been long running. I don't want to have to sit through a whole series to get to the point in which this is understandable. And it actually draws people away from the videos. Which means in order for me to get new audience members, more people to the series, I would need to create a new series. Which, of course, is not what I want to do. So by excluding the number, I know it's a little tricky, but it allows people to psychologically make that hurdle of, oh, this is interesting. And then after they clicked on it and they're interested, and they find out that, oh, this is actually a long-running series, then they'll watch the series because they're already hooked and interested. The key there is they won't click on it if it has that number. And I had several comments being like, I'm not going to watch your videos if you're not going to put numbers on them, because I hate having to look through videos to find out which video I'm on. It's like, I have a playlist. I have a playlist. You can click that playlist. I feel the exact opposite of that, but I completely understand that my brain is kind of different, and the creator probably knows better than me when it comes to marketing their own content. Yeah, well, I know. I used to feel exactly that way too. As a viewer, I really did enjoy when things are numbered. I do. But the thing is that's not how psychology works. Hey, Switch Cell, things are going great. We're just on the grind. We're talking about bad comments and self-regulation right now, which is kind of fun. We are 733 kills into the Ogress Warriors. I was about to comment, as long as there's a playlist so it can be presented as an organized fashion instead of having to filter through the creator's channel. Yes, that is why I have the playlists. The playlists are super helpful for that. And like, that's my response to that is, if you want episodes by number, just look in the playlist. Those are all organized by release date. Like, that is the playlist number. That is the order to watch them in. But yeah, like, I really enjoy when series have numbers too, but at the same time, like, Swampletics. When Swampletics was coming out, I did not watch Swampletics for, I would say, a solid year, because when I saw it at first, it was on episode like 15 or 6, like, it was way up there, and I just didn't, yeah, I just didn't, no. I didn't want to watch the videos because he was already so far in, I'd have to catch up, and I don't have the time for that. No one has the time for that. I'm new to the channel, saw the Chunk Shaman mask, and reminded me of when I did free-to-play Ironman grinds. Well, this is very similar to a free-to-play iron grind. Like, if you look at our gear, the only non-iron thing is our blue dragonhide vambraces and our mystic boots. Everything else here can be gotten in free-to-play, so that is a very good observation there, Switch Cell. And yeah, no, the grind is here. Honestly, it's funny because if I were to lose membership right now, which I know I still have like 80 or 90 more days of membership on this account before I have to renew it. Honestly, we could do this grind in a non-member world, but the problem is that I'd also lose out on like a lot of the drops, like the ensouled heads, and there are a lot of drops that we wouldn't get, so not going to do that. I'm gonna keep my membership up on ChunkMist, obviously. Speaking of, all of your support and donations and things like that have helped me to be able to recuperate all of the price of the memberships for both Lorebound and ChunkMist now, which is great. It means that, you know, this really is a self-reciprocating cycle here. Anyone else weird like me who won't subscribe to channels that post too much multiple times a day? Yeah, there was, back in the olden days, I didn't find that much of a problem. Like, I subscribed to the OG content creators back on my other channel. We're talking like Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, those guys. And Jack, if any of you know Jack, he posted 2 videos a day for like a couple years straight. Jack has a phenomenal work ethic. But yeah, nowadays I don't. Like that's too much for me. 2 videos a day or multiple videos a day, even like 1 video a day, seems a little much for me because I want to watch a variety of content. I think, honestly, twice a week is about as much as I go for. The only exception to that is Behemoth. Behemoth has daily content, but that's like, it's a different kind of content. It's RuneScape specific content, and it's like more news and announcements and achievements. That is the only channel that I subscribe to that has more than, you know, more than one post every few days. The only one. Yeah, the curved and long bones and stuff. Yeah, wouldn't be able to get the curved and long bones. I wouldn't be able to get any of the... I think there are seed drops here. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of seed drops that I'd miss out on, which are also really nice. I like this channel because non-insane chunk series are so rare. I like the concept, but 10 seed/curved bone grinds in a row isn't fun. Yeah, no, you're right. That's why I have the every drop grind as single time. You know, we only have one curved bone that we need to get, and we got it. That's why it's gonna tick me off if I get another curved bone from this. It's specifically the Shaman mask that we're after right now. Daily channels for news or shorter videos is fine, but some channels will post like 3 to 5 Let's Play episodes a day or podcast clips, and it just clogs my feed. Yeah, I mean, you have people like Asmongold that do that, right? Or Hassan if you're on the other side of the political spectrum. Like, pick a side, doesn't really matter. They post videos all the time, and most of theirs is just little clips or little doohickeys of their clips that are, I mean, if you've ever seen any of those, you know exactly what you're gonna get. Oh, that is a rough, I don't know if I want to go down that route of conversation, honestly. I'd rather keep away from American politics. Then again, who knows? If that's what you all want to talk about, by all means, but no, yeah, the podcast clips and Let's Play episodes. What content creators are posting 2 or 3 or 5 episodes a day of Let's Plays? Game Grumps? Do they still do 2 a day? I'm not sure. I haven't seen them in such a long time. Do you have examples of that, Kyler? I'm interested to know what kind of creators still do that at that frequency. That's a lot. That is a lot. Yeah. If they post too much, the novelty of their videos do kind of disappear. Fighting Cowboy is one of them. Some sports channels, Kyler R, by the way, lol. Gotta use my government's name for my work account. Oh, Kyle R. Huh. I see. Kyle R. Okay. Kyler actually has a... Just Kyle is fine, yeah. I'll call you Kyle. That's funny how I'd immediately go to Kyler instead of Kyle. That's weird. Huh. Yeah, no, Kyle, that makes so much more sense. You're on your government work account? Uh-oh. Think you left your player entity hider on? Oh no, did I? Okay, hold on. Entity hider. Oh! I definitely did. Hide others 2D. Yep, I definitely did. Okay. Hi, Mish Tableau. Woo! Thanks for pointing that out. I did not see you there. Oh, holy cow. What is that outfit? What is that outfit? What is that outfit? I am very confused on what that outfit is. I mean, I get the Arty cloak. Oh, is that the Varrock armor set? All the gear Chunkmen never see the achievements diary. Yeah, no kidding. It's the Wilderness Sword, Falador Shield. Those are the Mauritania leggings. I forget where the boots are from. Sears Helm. Oh, those are the Fremennik sea boots. Hello, Chunkman. Hey. How's it going, Viseru? Nice to see you here. How's it going? Is it Viseru or Vikaru? I forget. Sorry. Vic with a C or Vis with an S, but it's a C. I think it's Vikaru, is it not? All the gear. Haha, first one. Shoot, I forget which one was the first one. Vikaru? I think I called you Vikaru the first time. No, it's Viseru. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do a little prayer flicking for this. No, Vikaru. Okay, Vikaru. I'm sorry. Lol, yeah. Names are rough. Names are rough. Let's, yeah. Names are rough. You panicking over there? Yeah, I failed too many times and now you're panicking. Is that a continuous flap? I thought the flap was only short. How are you doing a continuous flap? Are you spam clicking and it allows you to loop? You can loop emotes. I am curious how you loop emotes. I have never seen looping emotes. Right click loop. Huh! How long has that been in the game? And why have I never known that? That's gonna change a few things. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I only found out like 2 nights ago. Yeah, no kidding. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to hold on. We're gonna loop some emotes here. Hold on. The slow cap, the clap emote. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Oh my goodness. Oh shoot, you can loop doing push-ups and sit-ups? Oh, wait, does it... It doesn't stand up, it just keeps looping the actual emote. Oh, that's cool. Haha! Haha! That is so cool! Emotes can also be triggered, can now be triggered using chat commands either via the, or... Oh. Hold on. Let me try that. No shot! You can also... Oh my goodness. Sit is set to loop by default, but you can click perform sit. You can just click perform sit. Oh, and it just lightly sits. Oh my goodness. But it's set to loop by default. Same game update as looping. That's so cool. This is a cool... Oh my goodness. If only there was loop protect melee that allowed you to loop activation every 0.6 seconds or something. Wouldn't that be funny? Just add looping to the protect melee. So then it dummy clicks for yourself. Oh, that would be funny. If only they added that to the game. Oh, that would be funny. Mousing over sit is what made me notice that existed. Yeah. That would solve the Reddit one tick flick discourse. Yeah, it would. Just add loop. Just add loop. That would totally solve the one tick flick. Wait, there's discourse on it. Is there a problem with it? Like, people dislike it? Or what's going on there that causes there to be discourse? I'm curious as to where that... I'm not too familiar with that. I don't go to Reddit all too often. Yeah. I don't go to Reddit all too often for various reasons. One, I just don't have the time for it for the most part. Some people won't think flicking shouldn't be in the game because it was never intentional. Yeah, but the problem is there are combat achievements that require one-tick flicking. End of discussion. One-tick flicking is necessary to do the Grandmaster achievement in the fight caves. Like, you need to... Yeah, it's been canonized now. There's no... Like... Yeah, the fight caves has an achievement that has you have to complete the fight caves without losing a single prayer point. You're not completing it without losing a single prayer point without using prayer. Like, are you going to do a zero prayer run? No, you're not. That would be silly. Yeah, it's canonized, exactly. What is your grind? Grind is currently the Shaman mask, but also the Nature Talisman from the Bull Sharks. Oh boy, it looks like this is a heated conversation. Got quite a few different commenters here. It's considered to be desired design, yeah. Rotation is a bit WoW-coded. We could call it something different. How about Revolution? Oh no, not the Revolution combat. Oh, that's gonna trigger a lot of RS3 players. It's like saying rocket jumping shouldn't be part of TF2. Yeah, no, it's an unintended point in the system that became very intended. I agree with the discourse is over. It's a mechanic that's required to be the best. It's not only a requirement. Revolution of Combat update coming soon. Yeah, please no. You know what? If Revolution of Combat was strictly... Now, here's the thing, is I don't think Revolution of Combat has a place in traditional old school. However, I could definitely see them trying to update sailing with something like that. Because sailing is such a new skill, they could easily add new mechanics to sailing specifically, where you have keybinds to work with, that allows you to actually make sailing way more interactive. Because right now that is a major point and issue of sailing, is it just feels like you're using a heavy crossbow to kill things, but you're using cannonballs instead. Or you're having to use your best in slot gear while you're setting your NPCs to use cannons. That's it. Like, I honestly think sailing could be fixed by adding EOC just to sailing. So it feels so much completely different than regular combat, and it gives people that spark of difference. Give me keybinds to move parts of my ship, please. Honestly, I don't know. Could you imagine WAS? I definitely pitch it like that. Yeah. If it's exclusively sailing, you can play around with the combat mechanics entirely, right? It's a completely different system. You can make things, and I wouldn't go like full EOC. If any of you are familiar with RS3, you have necromancy. Necromancy did EOC right, and that is how I think all combat styles should be like. Oh, hi there, giant turd. Welcome. Oh, you're skulled. That is spooky. Maybe we should go to a PvP world. I'm kidding. Oh, geez, there's so many comments. My lobster's so buttery. Oh, okay, we got the aggro timer down, which means I can steal this little loaf of bread here. Haha. I'm gonna go back to our spot. Let's see. Emergent design is what could be thrown under the exploit umbrella. Yeah, that's the thing, is, like, it could be considered a player exploit. Like, what's-his-face for doing that, the Slayer bossing skip, where, because you set your tasks to 3 or less, you have to kill 0 Slayer monsters in order for it to count as a group task. So there was a level 3 that hit 99 Slayer. What's-his-face? Like, that was all over the news, because, yeah, that was an emergent design, but... Oh, man, that's rough. Where was I in the comments here? There we go. Pulls us out of the woodwork. Let's see, yeah. I guess this comment will, this topic of RS3 and EOC would definitely pull even the most AFK of listeners out of the woodwork. No kidding. Halo took away super bouncing though. Yeah, well, that's because it's good luck on the mask. Thank you, Giant Turd. Thank you for dropping by for long enough. Thank you for dropping by. Why did I say long enough? Thank you for dropping by at all. I appreciate it. Halo took away super bouncing though. Yeah, Halo is a much more polished game, and there was a lot of mechanics that could be game breaking from super bouncing in Halo. So they took that away not because it was a fun mechanic that needed to be patched, but because it was a dangerous mechanic that broke the game. And that's the difference here is, are there any mechanics that are emergent that break the game inherently? You could say one-tick perflicking breaks the game, but at the same time, it doesn't break the game because it's a mechanic that is now intended. Give me a... Let's see, definitely pitch it like that. Not being able to loot while manning a cannon is a baffling decision. Yeah, I think that's why they're pulling AoE looting mechanics. Thing is, in RS3, there's actually an AoE loot mechanic, where if you click on a pile, it allows you to loot all of the loot in a certain area, which is super convenient. I think they might add that similar mechanic to ship mechanics, or they can just add a net loot option to the pull down, so you don't actually have to click on it and it just loots in a general area around. Like, that would be super cool if you clicked a button and like nets shot off your ship and looted all of the nearby corpses. That would be really fun and cool. That would be like, it would be fun. It'd be really fun. I think that's entirely possible. Ooh, I'm getting a little low on health. I'm gonna just sit on prey melee now, and then probably go and bank after this kill. What will you do when you unlock Sailing and Pandemonium for the 99 skill? Well, I don't have the 99 skill because we don't have the skill cape, which means we get to experience Sailing in the best way possible, which is based on the minimum requirement of skills in our chunk. Which for us is actually, it's not a small grind, because we'd likely have to do ports tasks until we unlock, I think it was, I'm not sure if Mistrock or the Corsair Cove was higher, or not Corsair Cove, but Fortis Cawthon, because we have that chunk unlocked. And there's a requirement to, in order to dock at those locations, we need to be able to, we need a certain level. So it's not going to be a small grind when we do unlock Sailing, and it's likely going to be literally trips from Pandemonium to Port Sarim, unless we unlock some other ocean chunks on the way down there, which it would be nice to unlock Musa Point for that, because then we can go Port Sarim, Musa Point, and back and forth like that, which has some slightly better XP rates. So it's going to be fun. Yeah, but yeah, we don't need 99 because we don't have skill capes turned on, and because we don't have skill capes, it's not a 99 requirement, which is fine. There are other things, like we'll have to see it when we get there, because I'm not entirely certain. Look at that, we could teleport all over the place with all the runes we're getting. That's crazy. Right into the fishing trawler. We'll be back in a second, Mishta Blue. Thanks for keeping us company here and showing off all the gear that I'll never be able to get. Wow, level 90 with all that gear? That's not bad. That's... Bye. Yeah, I'll be right back. If you're still around, or if you're not, I don't blame you. Let's drink some more wines. Wines are great for if you drink 3 of them or 4 of them. That'll heal you up without, it takes a minute to get back to the chunk, so we're not suffering too much there. You know what, we'll just drink a dose of an attack potion to get us back up. There we go. Now we're not gonna suffer. Yeah, there we go. That's good enough for our next load out. Crewmate on hooks should also auto loot, definitely. Crewmates on hooks would be Crewmates on hooks should auto-loot. I think crewmates on cannons could also auto-loot. That would be interesting. I feel like I'd be able to load my ship up with 6 cannons if I felt inclined. We have 5 ship slots, but only 3 types of ships. Give us a reason to make specialist ships. Yeah, well, there is. There is already a reason to do that. Larger ships are generally made for cannons because you can have 2 cannons going at once. Your medium ship can be for more... you can set up a trawler ship, right? You have trawling, you have like speed, there's a bunch of different things that you can use different ships for. Like, it's really easy to navigate the waters on the raft, right? I don't know why people don't soup up the raft for all of the speed trials, unless there's a specific advantage to having a larger ship during the speed trials, which I think there is, and I think that's why the middle one is commonly used for all of the trials, because you're wider, you'd be able to hit boosts a little bit easier. I think that's the reason. But yeah, there's definitely different uses for different sizes of ships. Like for base exploration, I know there are certain points of interest that can only be accessed if you use the raft, especially in the Fremenic area. I know there's a spot over there that you can only access, like it's down this skinny little river, and there's certain points that having the raft is absolutely necessary to get to. So for basic exploration, the raft may be better. Yeah, none of these are really hard to get, mostly just medium diary stuff. I'm lazy. I mean, you're not lazy, you're just... I mean, medium diary alone is still way more than most chunk accounts are ever going to get. Yeah. I like to get one... like 1 to get on my cannon, 2 for get on sails, 3 fix ship, etc. I'm not really... Oh, for hotkeys, yeah. Hotkeys to be able to switch between tasks would be nice. Instead of... Yeah. Hotkeys for tasks would be really good. I would really like that. Everyone loves emergent design until emergent design starts happening. Yeah, if it's new emergent design, it can get scary because some of it can be game breaking and some of it needs to be patched. And then, of course, people suffer because of that emergent design. Leagues is a relic that does auto looting, which is helpful, but it's in the last set of relics. Yeah, that's with the minion NPC, is it not? The minion guy that can help fight. Yeah, I'm moderately. I know a little bit about leagues, but not too much. I think that's the one that auto loots, though. Good evening. Good evening. This is still middle of the morning, almost afternoon for me. But good evening, you must be in... Are you in Britain? Or... Let's guess where Marculo... Marculo? Is it Marculo? I think it's Marculo. Yeah, let's guess where Marculo's from. For good evening, I mean... Could be... No, Australia would be, like, super early in the morning. Marco Polo. Yeah, you're now Marco Polo. Thanks to Mish. Let me set a crew to loot B. Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, Jagex, if you're listening to the stream, yeah, Marculo, but wanted Marculo, but couldn't have it. Oh yeah, the weird accent things, the swishes are a little tricky. YouTube does not like those all too much. I've been watching too many chunkers currently. Yeah. I can give a hint. Central/Eastern Europe. Okay, so that is... Germany, maybe? Marculo, no, that's... We thinking Spain, Portugal? No, that's Southern Europe. My guess is Germany. I'm guessing Germany. Let's lock that in as my guess. If not, then, I mean... judging from my statistics, I have a YouTube algorithm. Poland, there's another guess. It's Central Eastern. So, Slovenia, Slovakia. Hello, below Poland. Yeah, so it's below Poland. I don't want to I don't want to dox you here, so I'm not going to be asking you too many more questions about that. But welcome from Central/Eastern Europe. Oh. Now, we get a lot of people from all around the world. I'm still trying to figure out when the best time to stream is. More nature runes. Can't complain about that. We're going to need a lot more of those. Still trying to find out. Belgium. Below Poland, Belgium. There's another good guess. Yeah, I have access to some analytical data on where viewers are from. Because I'm Canadian, of course, I do have a large portion of the... No, I'm from Belgium. Oh, you're from Belgium. It's Slovakia. Ah! Wait, didn't I say Slovakia? Ah. Well, dang. I might just be... I definitely... Like, when I think of Eastern Europe, I think of Hungary, Slovakia. Yeah, don't confuse it with Slovenia. No kidding. That's the thing, is for people who aren't in Europe, those countries are easily confused because I've never been there. We don't know the difference between the two, and I'm sure there's huge differences, of course. Obviously, it's like calling an Italian. You're going international. I am completely international on the channel. I have, like, because I'm Canadian, I have a lot of Canadian viewers, but I also have, statistically, my videos get a lot more American. Like, there's a reason why there's a lot of US servers. There's a lot of American viewers out there. But then I also have a huge amount from, well, from Germany, from Britain. Obviously, it's a big game in Britain because that's where it's from. I think Britain is my third most popular country. It goes US, Canada, Britain, and then it was Australia, New Zealand, and then a spattering of all over the place. Yeah, some people from the Philippines, not a lot from Asia in general. Huge. Slovenia has access to the sea. Slovakia is landlocked. I'd imagine that has quite a bit of a wealth disparity then between the two countries. Ocean bound countries tend to be much better off in terms of trade. I spent some time in cheering around. I spent some time in Argentina, and if any of you are familiar with Argentina, it is big coast, a lot of ocean, but I was up in an area way up in the mountains doing some humanitarian work, and we were right on the border of Bolivia, which is a landlocked country. And while they make some really good food products there that we would ship over for pennies on the dollar, man, they are impoverished there. Like, they have a river that goes to the ocean, but it's not a river that can be used for transportation. So, like, they are roadways to the ocean. They have to pass through other countries. So, ooh, yeah, Bolivia is sad in terms of economical growth. It's rough down there. So we'd have a lot of immigrants from Bolivia moving to Argentina, which is still considered a third world nation, although it's much less third world than most other places in South America. Like, it's definitely it's got a better living scenario than most other countries in South America, period, with the exception of maybe, I mean, there's Puerto Rico. Next one's gonna give the Shaman mask. Oh, I really hope so. That would be great. We're up to 755 kills. Huge. Slovenia has access to the sea. Slovakia. Yeah, oh, sorry. I read that already. I thought that was a new comment. But yeah, no, yeah. The disparity of landlocked versus non-landlocked countries are insane in terms of the resources that they have. Unless they have like a huge natural resource like gold or oil, then they're kind of hooped. I mean, you have like the Alberta. If any of you are unfamiliar with Canadian politics, Alberta is trying to push out of the Canadian government. There's petitions that are signed, and there's a lot of discourse of Canada separating from Alberta, or Alberta separating from Canada. And you'd think, oh, that's a terrible option, they're landlocked. But the thing is, they have tons of oil pipelines to the US already, and if they were, boom, like, they're landlocked, but they have tons of natural resources that they can push out, so they're going to be fine. They'll be perfectly fine. In fact, they can probably set up tolls from east to western Canada in order to make even more revenue from people in British Columbia needing things from, you know, the east. And then, of course, you have China shipping routes that pass through British Columbia that would then be probably taxed while they go through the Alberta line, unless they so decide to build a highway that goes north, up, and around all of Alberta, which would be horrifying, but also fairly likely, I think, in order to bypass what would be either border crossings or tolls, unless they created a free border, kind of like in the UN, where you can just kind of go wherever you want. Man, this is a heavy topic. Yeah, the potential, yeah, unfortunately, no, it wasn't the drop. Got a diamond, though, so yay. Oof, man. It's fun kind of talking about these really specific... These aren't AFK second monitor topics, though, so I don't know how much this is enjoyable, talking about the political discourse of policies for... I don't know. Do you guys enjoy this kind of... Yeah, you should talk about cats or something instead. Yeah, totally. Let's talk about cats instead. That'll bring in more people. We don't want to talk about anything that requires brains. Oh, kitty, kitty, go burr. I've thought of getting a cat, but I'm afraid my place is a little too small, and I don't want to punish a cat for living here. So no cats right now. Maybe when I get a new place, an apartment or something, I can finally get a cat. But until then, I am cat free. Is my live chat not working? Nobody talking? You grew up with any pets? There we go. Yes, tons of pets. I grew up with usually cats and dogs. Turns out I'm allergic to dogs, so that's fun. Allergic to dogs, to pollen, to grass, to anything outdoors, really. Why I live in the middle of a forest? I like punishing myself, I guess. I'm the masochist of allergies. And right now is heavy allergy season, actually. Hold on. That totally reminds me to take some allergy meds, because this is gonna... It's gonna get worse before it gets better, and I need to start building up some pills in my system to kind of desensitize myself to them. Yeah, pets, cats, dogs, all sorts. Currently, you know, we have a family, and I've never owned an animal myself. It's always been the family pets and stuff like that. Like right now, there's Bruce. He's a 9-year-old pit bull mastiff, big old guy. And then we have Lexi, who is a pit bull Great Dane, enormous dog, and she's doing great. Big chunky dog, but she has really bad possession issues. Like, she's very possessive over specifically my father, follows her around follows my dad around all the time, and like literally gets sorry, not possession, separation anxiety for my dad. Just follows him around everywhere, and whenever he leaves, he just kind of she sits on the deck and just waits and waits and waits and will not leave the deck until my father comes home. So yeah, some separation anxiety. Those are massive dogs. Oh yeah, no. If Lexi's the bigger of the two, and if she was here right now, I'd have to lift my arm up, and her head would be right about here. Like big dog, like standing up, a solid 3 feet and a bit. I think she's 180 pounds currently. Big dog. I took an allergy test and the results were basically outside, but thankfully not pets. Yeah, the thing is... So, funny thing, I'm also basically outside except for tree pollen for some reason. Totally fine for trees. It's just grasses and weeds for some reason. Specifically weeds. Those things will make me rash up like no tomorrow. But yeah, it's weird how you can be totally fine against some things and totally allergic to other things. But yeah, outside allergies are rough. Eventually, I'd like to move to a slightly larger city than population 200. I live in a very small town. Again, I'm not gonna dox myself like we already got to Vancouver Island as where I live. We're not going any smaller than that though. So let's see. Would love to have a cat, but my whole family's allergic to them. Yeah, I know. It's rough. It's rough when you want something. I grew up in a 2K pop town. I feel ya. Yeah. Well, I mean, my town's kind of on the outskirts of a larger town. So I do have, you know, a multi-100,000 town if I need, or a city. It's a small city nearby. I brought a cat. Oh, there's a cat. Oh, Chunk Tempor just got their curved bone. There we go. Very nice. Those, I know they've been going for that bone for a while, I think. If it's the same person that I think is... oh, love to see that live. Love to see curved bone grind complete. Thank you for bringing the cat. I appreciate it. An all-black outfit as well. Oh, I'll give him some belly rubs. Oh, that's cute. Did you bring a skills necklace to... huh. Neat. Oh, speaking of, that's something that I need to talk to y'all about, actually. It's fashionable, yeah, no kidding. Let me just write down this as a topic. I want to, hold on. Scrap piece of paper. Yeah, that'll work. Hold on. I just want to write something down so I don't forget about it, which is the... oh no. Am I already drawing a blank on it? Oh no! Oh no! The time it took for me to get my pencil out is the amount of time it took for me to talk about a topic that I didn't... yes. Okay, got it again. Thank goodness. Okay. Once we're finished with the comments, I'll talk about this. Okay. Oh... at least I got some cat tattoos. Well, cat tattoos are cute. Depends where they are, though. You know, if they're on your arms or, you know... you just acted out trying to remember a dream. Yeah, no kidding. Welcome to the life of someone with actual ADHD, where you just kind of forget to remember things as you're talking about them. It's rough. What does the real estate cost over there? Well, I mean, a basic entry-level house is about $1 million. So, not getting a house anytime soon is the answer. It's ridiculous what the real estate market is around here. There's a reason why I live in an RV in the middle of the woods, and all of my power is from solar panels, because everything is just so expensive to live around here. 1 million coins for a house? Not in RuneScape. Yeah, it's only, what, 1,000 or 10,000 coins for a house here? Which is a nominal number of coins if you're working for 10 coins an hour. I only know we're up live because of Steam. I'm not going to say it. What? Yeah, let's not try and just... What? You only know that you're up live because of Steam? I'm not going to say it. Hi, Tiger, by the way. What's... You only know that we are live? Or can you rephrase that? Like, what's... Or... Oh, where you live. I only know where you live because of Steam. Oh, because, yeah, we're Steam friends and it tells you where I live. Yeah, let's not go spoiling that for the chat if you can. Arms only, more like one arm. 1k GP. Yeah, it's 1k. What's up with the arms only? Is it no arms? Am I doing an armsless stream or something? Or what is that in reference to? Arms only. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that. I'm not getting what you're putting down there, Markolo. Mark. The tattoos. It's Mark, sorry. I always see your name. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so yeah, arms only cat tattoos. Those are nice. Also depends if they're like full arm tiger tattoos or if it's like little meow. Like, there's such a disparity in what a cat tattoo can be, right? Aw. It's gonna grow. Now, oh, do I still have entity? Whoa, I do not want to exit. Yeah, entity hider is off. Why is it that I can't right click and see your pet? Or is that normal? You can't examine other people's pets. Yeah, I thought not. The tattoos. Yeah. It's weird. Can't examine other people's pets. I guess it was for entity reduction or something. Oh, we got some more salmon. We can do another kill or so before having to bank again. I could just sit here and AFK with the Addy Halberd, but that is slower. Medium, I would say. Okay, normal sized, so chunky enough to not be a tiny tattoo, but not large enough to be like a whole sweeping arm kind of thing. That's understandable. Let's see. Whoa. Everything just disappeared for a second. That was weird. Let's, just gotta move some stuff around for a second here. Boop, 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 boop. My other monitors. Look at that. What in the world is going on there? That's weird. My pet owns yours? Oh no! There's a chompy cat fight? Also, welcome Lantern. Oh, with the cape and everything. The max cape. Okay, well, you know what? I am going to the bank then. And I'm gonna bring my own pet. Because I have a pet of my own. And clearly we are not fashionscaping hard enough. Clearly we need to bump up our game here. We have the one dose of these, we'll bring those. Where is it? There you are. Hello, Mr. Heron. Yeah, my pet's cooler than yours. We're also gonna want 600 coins for the trip back. There we go. Yeah, bring out the heron. That's an actual achievement. I mean, the chompy is a big one too, but it's different. It is different. It's a different kind of achievement. One's a boss drop, one's a skill drop. They're a bit different. Not a boss, just a chompy grind. It's kind of like herbivore or yeah, herby. Except now is the chompy easier to get than herby? I would imagine so, because the drop rate kind of goes up exponentially. There we go. We got our... My first pet was baby mole at 420 KC, and I'll never do mole again. Because funny number. Yeah, it's Petscape. Here we go. Oh, and you got Flippa coming to hang out. Yeah, Petscape is true. Now... The topic that I wanted to discuss, 6.9k mole, that's rough. That is a rough mole kill count. Oof. Ooh. Ooh. 6.9k. Let's hope we aren't that dry for the mask here. Yeah, feel free to clip the stream and submit it to Behe, by the way. No. Once we do get the drop, that would be nice. How many? Hold on. Where'd everyone go? Is everyone going to get new pets and they're gonna show off their pets? Yeah, no, this is just a pet competition now. That's for sure. Everyone's getting their moles. Everyone's going to grab their moles. I know that's gonna be what we have to do one day. Getting the moles. That's gonna be rough. Oh, no, you just... Oh, yeah, you went away because of Flippa. You have an excuse, yeah. Where'd the other person go? Oh, jeez. Wait, you're also... no, wait, hold on. Man, why the heck did I think you were a hardcore Ironman for a second? Oh, it's because Obar just commented and he's a hardcore Ironman. That explains it. Oh, too much stuff is going on. The only pet I have is Beef, but it took 2,210 KC. That's also a bit of a... I mean... Ain't got it in me to do any iron anything. But yeah, Iron Man, it's a different life. It's a different life. It's a different way of playing the game, right? I mean, there are some major advantages of not playing an Iron Man, obviously. One is you actually get to experience PvP in all of its glory. You know, if I was big into PvP, like, Iron Man wrecks that. Like, if you're not a, like, that sucks to do PvP content as an Iron Man. Same, Kyle. Yeah. And you don't get the money to play... And I don't got the money to play a second account. Especially after the price increase. Yeah! Jagex. Price increase. Ah, there's the baby mole. Oh, what a cutie. What a cute little mole. Yeah, at least I made like 2 mil from the buckets. Yeah, the bucket high alking was insane there. Like, they were worth so much, and like it was actually causing... The problem is as soon as people realized like you could high alk the buckets for that amount, every single bot started just killing Brutus. Like, there wasn't a bot out there that wasn't killing Brutus, and since it's a free-to-play boss, you could make hundreds of bots, and you could grind out Brutus and high alk. Like, all you'd need is, like, you need a little bit of a, yeah. Don't know why the Muleta doesn't have an alchemy cell value, but the bucket does. Well, it's exactly because of the high alchemy value of things, right? If you put the high alch value on a drop rate that is low enough, like 1 in 30, which is what the Muleta is, I think it's 1 in 30, you would have more botters, right? Because if something gives you enough value and is free to play. Although the bucket is members only, I'm pretty sure. To use the bucket as members, but to get the bucket as a drop, I'm pretty sure wasn't. Let me look that up. Because I know the muleta is non-members. Yeah, the cow slippers and the bottomless milk bucket are members only. So the milk bucket still has a 9k high alch rate. Maybe the member bots were botting it that hard? If that's the only thing I can think of, is the member bots were botting so hard that it was actually worth it for them to do that, because like that's the only reason why they would reduce the high alchemy value, right? Is if there was a botting problem. What is up with my stream? Why does it bleep out like that sometimes? That's weird. Is it flashing for you as well? Like it goes to like just a blank screen for a second? Or does it still show normal stuff? That's what I'm clicking and dragging, like this guy right here. I'll click and drag this. And when I click to drag, it wants to automatically resize, and then it shuts down other things. I don't, it's weird. Streaming's weird. Why do I always drag these guys over here? I should just probably fight them on site. Yeah, probably. So, the topic, your wallpaper shows. Yeah, it's just the wallpaper. That's fine. Like, I'm gonna drag and drop. You're probably gonna see the wallpaper again, maybe. Because what I like to do is I have 3 monitors. One's like my drawing tablet. That is where I have all of my OBS stuff. It's just a little tiny thing. And then have fun, guys. Yeah, well, thank you, Lantura, for coming by. I thought this was a shaman, not a warrior. Yeah, you're killing my warriors. Oh, shame. Yeah, so one monitor, obviously, you have the OBS stuff. Second monitor is this right here, and then the third monitor is, of course, the game and the live chat, which are side by side. The actual stream size. Why is my cursor not? I wanted a dragon scimitar, but for some reason it just. Where, you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna get a dragon scimitar cursor. I'm sick and tired of having this basic mouse cursor. It used to be yellow. It used to have some personality. So help me, if you got the mask from that kill, I am going to be really sad. Just runes. I mean, just runes is still really good. Come on, refresh. Scimitar cursors. Page is not working. That's. There's a dragon scimitar cursor. We're just, yeah, I'm doing some, just give me a second. We're gonna get the cursor to look good. So I'm gonna want to go to cursor settings. Why is it popping up with that? Hold on. Actually, I think it's in personalize. Where are you? Nope. Display settings? No. Where are you? Themes and related settings. Mouse cursor. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Mouse pointer style. But the pet I would love to get is soup. But had to take a break from the game. Yeah, soup is really... It's a really cute... it's cute. Okay. Oh! Oh! We have it! It's the scimitar. Hey, we got the scimitar. There we go. Let me just, set it to a few things. There we go. We have our dragon scimitar. Fancy mouse. Yeah, no kidding. There's our little dragon scimitar. It is a little long, so it does actually cover some of the text. So that's a little problematic. I wonder if I can resize that at all. Wonder if I can do this. Hold on. I definitely can. There, it's smaller now. Can I go even smaller? There we go. We have a tiny little scimitar. Now it's not going to... now we can actually see our text, and it still works as a mouse. There we go. Yes, we figured it out. Break the consistency of going back to Final Fantasy XIV. Ooh. Yeah, that's a game I haven't gotten into, mainly because I know if I did get into that, I'd probably get sucked into that universe so bad, I would never get out of it. I've literally just avoided Final Fantasy solely for that reason of not wanting to eternally go to that. Yeah, I don't want to stop RuneScape. I like RuneScape too much, but I feel like if I actually got into Final Fantasy, it would be one of those, like... Oh, I was stuck in Guild Wars 2 for like a decade. Like, it was... I had a very long RuneScape break during that time. Let's put it that way. So, in terms of a conversation we need to have, we need to talk about teleportation methods. Okay? This is actually pretty... Oh, it's gonna blink out there for a sec. We're gonna have to talk about teleportation methods, and oh no. So my dragon scimitar cursor is almost too small now. Like, it feels like... It is definitely the right size, but I think because it's red, it gets lost while I'm moving it around a little bit. That might be problematic. I might have to switch it up just a little bit more. Get a ghost player to play Relix while you play Final Fantasy. Yeah, no. That's breaking terms of service. I will never do that. Good try, though. Not gonna happen. Yeah, I started in 2024 because I had that MMO itch. This is an MMO! What you talking about? This is the MMO! Get your itch out of here. No. No, I get you. Like, classic MMO with parties. That's the thing is, like, you don't really get the true MMO vibe of old school until you get into raids. As soon as you get into raids, then it feels like an MMO. Until then, though, it's... I mean, it's basically multiplayer, single player. Right? Like, you are playing alone, but with a group. Like, everything that I do is for my own benefit. There's no classes. I think that's the main thing that differentiates old school from other traditional MMOs, is the fact that we are all classless and can be whatever we want to be. Nice. I just like where the story is going right now. Yeah. Well, I don't know anything about the Final Fantasy storyline, unfortunately. I've stayed out of it. But it sounds like it's probably... I mean, it's kind of like when... in Guild Wars 2, there was some major storylines going on there that are live and updated as things come out. And yeah, no, it's really cool to be on, like, a live, ever-growing, ever-changing MMO server. Now, something that Jagex could do that would be really interesting, and it's something that occurs in RS3 a few times, is have a quest that actually changes the landscape of an area a little bit. Like in RS3, when you do, I believe it was a quest after While Guthix Sleeps, but the Ritual of the Majorat, I think, was the quest. During that quest, someone bombs the absolute hell out of Edgeville, and Edgeville is, like, utterly in ruins. Like, there's scorch marks all over the ground, and, like, that is a permanent change to Edgeville. It doesn't change the shape of Edgeville at all, but cosmetically, the place is forever different, which is really cool. You can, of course, repair a bunch of things, but the scorch marks on the ground are always there. You know, the people who died, the NPCs that died, are gone. They are gone forever, because unlike us, they are hardcore Ironmen. So they disappear and they are gone, and they're replaced by other NPCs that do their similar tasks. But, like, ooh, that's that's the kind of world-changing events. In fact, having a live world-changing event would be really interesting. Like, for example, if everyone were to gather in the Grand Exchange, and then Zamogriel, or whatever his face is, one of the Majorat that takes over, invades with an army of zombies, and it's up to the players to keep them at bay and defend against the damage at Varrock, or else the city becomes more and more destroyed. Monkey Madness 2 kind of does that with the crash site. Yes, exactly. That was like one of my favorite things in old school. Like, those changes. Every man NPC you kill... I'm sorry, what? Huh? Yeah, every man NPC you kill is a hardcore Iron Man. Think about that before you hit. Oh no, they have a respawn location. They just have a timer. Sorry. No, man NPCs are not hardcore Iron Mans. Those are main accounts. They just don't walk around with their no, it's totally different one, of course. Now, lore-wise, actually, they are in fact the same character, and I have proof for that. And that is in dialogue that you have with Doris. That is Evil Dave's mother. When talking to her, she notes that she used to live in the Lumbridge area, but she absolutely hated it because she had an attackable cursor in that area, and so she would constantly die, and so she hated it. And so she moved to Edgeville, got her cursor dissolved, so to speak, so she didn't have an attack option, and that made her quality of life go up. Legitimately, people in the early days, she was probably a woman NPC there, before she became Doris, but she was in fact killed multiple times in the lore and dialogue of the game, which is kind of neat. Okay, on to the topic I've been wanting to get to, that I wrote down several minutes ago, but we keep getting sidetracked, is teleportation. So, we're getting to the point in which we are starting to get enough runes, and we're starting to get enough jewelry to actually legitimately teleport places. Now here's the thing, is I have always been an advocate of maximum randomness. That's why we have the charter ships available for rolls, is because I wanted to maximize the charter ship, or the roll numbers that we could get at any given time, to maximize the risk and reward of the rolls. Like, I want those rolls to be like, we have 40, 50 different options to go from here at one point, and like it could completely change what we're gonna do. Yeah, I really like that, going through the story and missing some characters that die in areas you help. Yeah, I mean, there were emotional attachments to characters, and they're dead after a certain time, and they're replaced by regular characters that have dialogue that kind of support this moving on. But yeah, no, I know exactly which NPC you're talking about, Mark, and I agree. And yeah, in the Monkey Madness 2 quest line specifically, we all know what happened there. Rest in peace. No, I'm kidding, I'm not Catholic. Ripperonis. Yeah, teleportation. So, one of the polls that I'm going to bring up has to do with teleportation. Because we have a minigame teleport here. We can technically get back to our chunks. We have the fishing trawler unlocked. We can get back to our existing chunks. Kind of like how Josh Isn't Gaming has the ability to return to his chunks even though he has one-way doors that go certain places. Well, we have access to a plethora of teleportation. We have all of the teleports in our spellbook. We also have teleportations from the Ring of Dueling, which, thanks to our access to tons of Rings of Dueling thanks to Osprey drops, and the significant number of cosmic runes that the Ogress warriors are dropping, we have the potential of actually expanding our map significantly depending on how our poll responds to this. We could keep things as is, or we could legalize the use of teleports. So we could technically teleport to Varrock, Lumbridge, Ardoin, a house. Clearly not the ones that are locked behind quests, so we wouldn't be able to teleport to Boat. But teleporting to, I mean, Camelot would be another one. Varrock, Lumbridge, Camelot, Falador, can't do Civitas, can't do that, Trollheim, Apatol, Boat. None of those would be available, but there's like 5 or 6 places we could go using that teleportation system. Also, minigame teleports. Like, we can go to... Right now, we could go to the Ferox Enclave using that minigame teleport. Same with Berthorpe. Castle Wars west of Yenil, which, like, we could be there right now. Poof. Right? Ferox Enclave, Port Khazard, we already have. Giants Plateau, is that a teleport? Yeah, we could go to the Giants Foundry. We could go to, yeah, LMS, Void Knight's Outpost, the Tazar Fight Pit, Isle of Souls. All of those are available on the minigame teleports, which is kind of crazy. We also, as like the Ring of Dueling again, would allow us, 4 or 5 locations to teleport to. Whether or not we unlock those teleports and allow us to actually unlock those as roles is up for debate. It's entirely up for debate. We could definitely do that. Are you guys actually playing the game? Yeah, we are. Sail Chunk Man. What do y'all think about doing something like that? Would they make your life easier or harder? Well, they would make it more interesting. Because right now, we're only a couple rolls away from some death chunks. But those rolls themselves are quite significant as well. Okay? Would they make life easier or harder? That is entirely up for debate, right? I think ultimately, I think it would make it harder for a bit, because we would have to, if we wanted to head back to our regular area, we would be relying on our minigame teleport to get back. Rolling Ferox with Dueling Ring is scary. Yeah, right? It is scary, but it would also be pretty cool, right? Yeah, we'd have to get 1,000 wins in the last man standing. That would be crazy. But that would also be great content, right? Like, I want to kind of show off my PvP capabilities, which are, I wouldn't say below average. Like, I do win when I play LMS. Not every time, obviously, but I'm not one of those sweaty people that uses Ice Barrage and then walks under you and does that. I'm actually I like using lunar spells, and I like venge killing people. That's my style of play when it comes to LMS, when it's applicable. And I win a fair share of games using vengeance and specking people out. And it's, yeah. I don't know. It would be crazy to roll, but we do have access to Rings of Dueling in a large quantity. Once we're finished with this kill, I'll head back to a bank and we'll talk a little bit more about just what kind of quantity we're working with here. Okay? Because, like, maybe that'll make you understand why this isn't just a, you know, oh, we only have, you know, 3 or 4 Rings of Dueling, you shouldn't unlock a location based on that. We have a bit more than that. We have a bit more than that. But yeah, rolling Ferox with the Ring of Dueling would be crazy. Rolling any of those chunks with a Ring of Dueling, like Castle Wars, having to get, you know, one of the 500 kill decorative pieces of armor, because you only need one, and then you can buy and resell it for basically every other item in the collection log. But, nice, another Rune Medium Helm. We're heading back to the trawler. We're going to say bye again. Bye. Thank you for bringing your cat. Staring down my heron. We're going to be back in just a bit. We want to talk shop at the bank for a sec. Welcome to the bank. So, our bank tab has significantly changed. We're out of potatoes and cabbages and cooked meat. All of our tiny... Oh, and our bear meat also gone. Our food supply is starting to dwindle, but we still have 20,000 lobsters, so... yeah, whatever. Where I'm looking at... Yeah, boom. We have 337 emerald rings. That is 337 rings of dueling. That is over... That's over 2,400 teleports to wherever we unlock. That is a lot of teleportation, right? So it's not like we're short on emerald rings. Like, we have a lot of that. That's one of our, like, we have 45 sapphire rings, which could be rings of recoil, but like our emerald rings, we are in no short supply of those suckers. 99 spider carcasses. I left one, I think, because I was a full inventory, and yeah. 4 umbral frags. Yeah, we're down to 8 apple saplings. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff. Like, we're getting to be quite significant in the gear department. But this is why I'm really thinking, and let's look at our rune stash. 705 law runes, and we're of course still killing them. Means 705 teleports to any of these locations. Right? We don't know if we want to potentially use these as legitimate teleportation methods. That's what that poll is going to be about. Actually, let's poll you guys right now. This is not going to have any lasting long-term effects, because obviously there's, you know, 30 of you in here or so, and a poll with only 30 people is not going, like, I still want to ask the general audience about this. But teleportation, yay or nay for chunk rolls? And we're going to add a third option with... there we go. Poll is up in the chat, or it should be. There you go. I say nay, unless it's the world, it seems kind of cheap and messy. Unless it's in the world. What do you mean by in the world? So, my only other thought of somewhere in the middle or limited comes from whether we can teleport back. So right now we have like a boat or a portal. Yeah, that's the thing, is it seems kind of cheap and messy, but it is a core mechanic of RuneScape, right? I think it depends on the availability or renewability of your teleport. That is a good point as well. What I'm thinking is as soon as I have a non-minigame teleport that returns to this area, that is when I start to unlock things like that. Because right now, having to rely on a 20-minute timer would put us in a Josh Isn't Gaming scenario, which is not entirely ideal, right? It looks... okay, most of you do think no. Well, that's interesting. Because, you know, I'm a fan of randomness, but at the same time, that is... yeah, that might put us a little too far away from what normal chunk accounts do. Because normal chunk accounts don't usually use teleports for transportation methods. Let's end the poll. That's a good enough time. Poll complete. Yes, 8%, maybe somewhere in between, no, 54%. Yeah. We're gonna start calling Mish the Cat Man. Hello, Cat Man. Yeah. Is it too far away? Are you trying to go for a chunk audience or generic OSRS audience? I normally don't watch chunk accounts, so I may not be the best measuring stick. That's the thing, is there is definitely a core chunk audience, but I think they're going to watch the chunk I think the core chunk audience is going to watch chunk content no matter where that chunk content takes them. Because, like me, they're addicted to chunk content, right? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. No, I'm kidding. There's obviously some lines in the sand. I don't want to push the regular chunk audience away, obviously. Appealing to a wider audience is nice. And I don't feel like teleportation is going to make or break that, I don't think. I think it would be confusing, though. I think it would add a little bit of confusion. I do definitely see the point here of saying no, because it does add some non-linearness to things. And the last thing we want to do, like right now, we're expanding in very certain areas. And to basically be like, oh, now we're in the middle of Falador because of a Falador teleport, and now we have a mole grind. Does the chunk picker allow you to set custom weights or rolls? It does allow me to set custom rolls. It does not allow me to weight them. They are all equally weighted. So, everything is weighted the same. It mainly... yeah. If you wish to see an all teleport for Chunkman, go watch fun Chunkman vids. Okay, so there's already a chunker that does that. We're already into mirror mode, which is quite a bit of an already niche topic. That is why we can't go further west than this. If you look in the top left corner, you'll see it's grayed out beyond, just before that bridge. And that's because that is a chunk we don't have unlocked. And even though normally dungeons are fully unlocked, we don't. I think honestly with mirror mode and are not just standing claws. Like, we're already pretty custom. If we stretch that any further, like if we were to take Blue's, if any of you know Blue, he's the Tower of Blue. He started at the Tower of Life. He made a custom ban or skip task function to keep death grinds away, so that he could expand a little faster. That was his kind of his workaround of extreme rules, is adding a block or ban list. And then I instead decided to just take skill capes out as my main difference from the extremes, but having basically everything else. Also, I guess one of the major changes as well is not going for the highest smithing, like the highest skill required, but instead the lowest plus best in slots. So if something were to make a new best in slot, like for example the magic shield, which was a hell of a grind, like that is a huge difference. Going for best in slots instead of the highest always is a game changer of a grind difference. I would hate to get a rune bar, honestly, because that would be awful. I'd have to probably best in slot the highest thing a rune bar could make, which would be awful. I think that would be a rune sword for us, or a rune medium helm, but we have the medium helm, so it would be the rune sword. So if we got a rune bar from a random event... Oh, no. You'd see, I'd want to make a rune axe, but the highest single item for us... Let's see, those are all 2s, those are all 2s. Rune throwing knives at 92 might be, but I think we'd get to choose because we'd have the rune sword, which is a best in slot. We'd have to choose a best in slot. 98 smithing for plate legs or skirt. Well, it would be yeah, basically. You'd think that, but if we only have one rune bar, then we can't make that, obviously. If we had 5 rune bars, then yeah, it would be 99 smithing, which would be awful. But, like, it's literally the best in slot that we can make from what we have. So we'd need a random event basically 5 times in order to unlock that grind. If we got 3 bars, boom, 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 2 bars, we'd have to make rune claws, which would be... Oh, wait, we can't make rune claws because we haven't done that quest. So it'd be the highest other... We'd have to go to the rune square shield, which would be a best in slot shield for us. So if we had 1 bar, we would have to make rune knives, 2 bars, rune square, 3 bars, all the way up to rune plate legs, which would suck. So hopefully we don't get too many rune bar drops. We haven't gotten one, fortunately, so we only have to hit 68 smithing. The only way we can get those are from, I believe it's random events at the moment, from the mystery boxes, which are honestly, I might just start stacking them up and not opening them, because what they can get us is starting to outweigh what they can give us. Like the cons are starting to outweigh the benefits. Let's take a look here. Boop. Here we are. This is the mystery box rewards. We can get the stale baguette, which would of course be nice, but that's 1 in 256. Runite bar is 1 in 384, so just a little bit above the stale baguette. We could end up getting a nasty rare drop table grind. Let's see. Yeah, we got a rune square shield here. There's a rune battleaxe, which we already have. Do the ogres have a rare or gem drop table? No, they do not. Fortunately, they do not. Yeah, we can get a dragon spear. We can get a nature talisman from it, which would be nice. But, like, the odds of getting those are so low in comparison to the runite bar. I think at this point... it is actually worth not. I think it's actually worth literally not opening our boxes. Open boxes in free-to-play. Yeah, that would give us cabbages, lamps, and diamonds, and steel plate bodies. I could definitely open them on free-to-play worlds, but then we're not getting any chance at the stale baguette. I think I'll just save them. I'll save them until we naturally get a rune bar drop from something. And then, of course, the grind is there, so then we might as well start opening them. Because we could get a Dragon Medium Helm, which would be super cool. We could get our Dragon Spear at a 1 in 5,405. I'd really like a Ring of Wealth. That would be great, because that would turn it into a 1 in 627. It is a pre-roll. You can get baguettes still. Not if it's a non-members world, right? This is members rewards. So you can't get a pre-roll stale baguette. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, you can. Okay. No. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong. A Dragonstone from the mystery box would hurt too if your crafting is low. That's the thing, is I have 46 crafting, and we have a really good crafting method. So it wouldn't hurt too much. Especially, like, we'd have to cut Dragonstone. And I think that's fletching, isn't it? That's bolts. Dragonstone to... Yeah, we already have that, so... Because we can't, of course, make it into any jewelry because we don't have any of the molds. So the Dragonstone would just be turned into bolt tips. Which is funny. Yeah, the loop keys, we've gotten those before. Gotten one of each, actually. The Rune Two-Hander would be our best in slot for flinching. But we already have the battleaxe, and the difference between those two are not significant enough to warrant opening this for a 1 in... Like, we have a 1 in 384 chance of basically destroying our entire series. And do we want to risk that? Do we want a 1 in under 400 chance? We're going for a 1 in 1200 chance right now. Do we want a long bone odds drop to destroy ChunkMist and end the account? I don't think so. That's just my thoughts. Rune Two-Handers are cool. You are right. Rune Two-Handers are cool. Stale Baguette is cool. I think going to free-to-play worlds and opening them is the right option here. Because we can get more lamps. That's a 1 in 6 instead of a 1 in 15. So we can get more lamps. Steel plate bodies aren't worthless. We still get our stale baguettes. So I think for now, anytime we get a mystery box, we open it on a non-member world in our Corsair chunks, because this is a non-member area. I know Rune Two-Handers are so cool. It's 100% correct. That would be cool. But I cannot risk ending ChunkMist, because that would be an end. If we do not have a furnace, and we need 91 rune crafting, or sorry, not rune crafting, smithing. If we have to go to 91 smithing off of high alks, it's over. Like, that's the end. That is a death opening. Every single time we have opened that, we have taken the risk because we've kind of needed other drops. Like the steel plate body, we were really hoping for a mithril scimitar, which is so much less. But now that we've gotten all of the drops and we have a better weapon than the rune scimitar, there's no reason to risk our entire accounts. Like, it would destroy the account. Period. Tell me, like, ask me, like, is this wrong of me to think that? No, I don't think so. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this? Do you think I should just risk it for the biscuit? Because it's only 1 in 384 to completely destroy and end ChunkMist the series. That's so, like, it's rare enough to be rare. I don't even want to do 91 smithing with a grind with a furnace. Yeah, that's right. Right? We have a mithril pickaxe. If we had a furnace, a mithril pickaxe, then it wouldn't be a chunk ender. It would just be a heavy grind. Right? It would be awful. I know it's not this account. Try to think of a diegetic way to explain switching to free-to-play worlds. Yeah. So that's lorebound based. So lorebound only does things that are talked about in like in-game text. Really good, fun series that I made. Check it out if you want to. Oh man, I'm having real major deja vu. Like I've already talked about this, but I know I haven't. And then I also have a deja vu of going to show you guys what lorebound is, but I'm gonna end the deja vu there. Now we're gonna go off of the main. We're going off of the main deja vu script, so that we enter a new timeline. Wouldn't that be funny if that's how it worked? Oh man, my nose is still bothering me. The allergies are getting rougher. Ah. Whew. Allergies are rough. Yeah, what are your thoughts on not opening those guys on Members Worlds anymore? I think it's fair to say that we don't want ChunkMist to end. Is that fair? Is that fair? We don't want to... Yeah, there we go. We don't want ChunkMist to end from a bad drop. I don't know. That's my thought. I don't want to end this series. Do you guys want to just like... Ah, you hit a death chunk. GG. It's over. No. I doubt you do. Not ending does feel like the highest priority. Yeah, exactly, right? Not going and, like, every single chunk that we can roll is not a game-ending chunk. None of them are. Right? Nothing in our... You know what? Let's bring it up. Hold on. F11. We're gonna go to our chunk picker, and then I'm going to show that off a little bit. Feel the same way as you do. Yeah. No kidding. Okay, chunk picker time. We're not rolling a chunk. But yeah, any chunk that we have is not a game ender. Now, if we... This is close, honestly. If we were playing with the fishing trawler counting as construction XP, then this would be a run ender, because we would be having to get like 81 construction or something off of a 1 XP drop. That's not happening. That would be just evil. Yeah, no kidding. I'd need the Calphite Soldier. That is this sucker right here, which is an 80 construction grind off of a 1 XP drop from the fishing trawler, which is only from either super expensive swamp tars and repairing the pastes in the basement, which is our fastest XP of like 500 XP per hour. That's not happening. And it's also super expensive. Or you have upstairs, when the Kraken smacks, you're repairing the fences. That's also, I believe, like 1 XP. So that's not happening until we have a saw. Period. That's a silly grind. That would not happen. Okay? So that would be the closest thing we have to a run ender, but we also already know that that is a silly rule and does not need to be taken into account. We are, like, there's a reason, we're not an extreme one chunker. We are an everyman drop. An every drop one chunk Ironman. There we go. Like, this is a specific individual game mode that we have made. Right? Is having that every drop rule, which is right here. If y'all want to try it, by the way, it's in miscellaneous. It's right here. Must obtain items that are best in slot, add quality of life. Where are we? Here we go. This is the one chunk Ironman chunk rules. This task right here, you can see it, must obtain every unique item drop from monsters. Items that are dropped by multiple monsters only need to be obtained once. Allows drops from implings to also count towards these tasks. That is our one chunk Ironman rule. That is our main every drop rule. This is the one that we are not toggling on because this would be awful. We have learned that that is just monotonous. That is for Supreme accounts. We are not a Supreme account. We do not need to do that. Right? So yeah, this is the main difference between us and a regular vanilla account, actually. And also Extreme, because Extremes don't use this rule either. We also need to buy every item from every shop within our chunks once. That's a unique... That is Supremes as well, but we added that because it does add a little variety and allows us to make sure that we have one of every item. When, like, we can't just be like, oh, I'm not buying those molds, so I don't have the... so I don't have the, capability of smithing because, or making rings because I don't have the molds because I didn't buy them. Yeah, no, bull crap. Like, you need to buy everything in your chunk. That just, for me, it makes sense. If a rune bar was a candy bar, what would I taste like? Ooh. Ooh. That's a super hard question. I'm kidding. You taste like that blueberry gum from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory that made that made what's her face blow up like a blueberry. The forever changing, like, it definitely has a magical quantity to it, so it tastes like a multi-course meal. Nom 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 nom. Until you get to the desserts, of course, and then you would blow up. Don't eat rune, everyone. You have to buy magic stones. Are they very near your chunk? Yes, I would have to buy magic stones, and no, they're not too far. So my closest one is right here, the Stonecutter's Outpost. Right there is a shop, and if you look, that is 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunk rolls away. So I'm 3 rolls away, if I go south, boop boop boop, to the Stonecutters. And that has gold leaf, that has all of that. Thing is we're not exactly, you know, not strapped for cash. We have almost 2 million gold that we've gotten so far from mostly bull sharks. They were good luck with condensed gold. How much is condensed gold? I need to look that up. Hold on. Ooh, 10,400,000 coins. And you need 10 of them for a gold sink. Woo! That's rough. Stonemason shop. Yeah, I mean, we'd have to buy a magic stone, gold leaf, marble block, limestone brick, and we'd have to buy at least 1 condensed gold. Whether or not we use the condensed gold is an entirely different, because you can only use it for the gold sink, it looks like, and you need 10 of them. The worst is the crown thing in Prif. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the condensed gold, that's pretty expensive. That's 100 mil for a golden sink. But that correct. We would have to buy one of those. So we would be grinding quite a bit, likely on bull sharks, actually, for that money, because our money makers are kind of limited that way. Condensed gold, that does look like a candy bar for sure. That is correct. What the crown thing? I remember the crown thing being super expensive, but I don't remember how expensive it was. Can any of you remind me of that? Yeah. And while you're telling me and reminding me of, I should be able to kill this last one on this inventory before going back. Let's talk about our other chunks as well, and talk about, like, we don't have any other major death chunks. So this. The Myths Guild, that's our newest chunk roll that we can roll. I don't think has... Yeah, it looks like we have some crafting skill requirements. We have 50 hit points. So we do have some skill requirements for the Dragon Slayer quest, and I'm interested if that's 68 mining and then 60 thieving. It looks like we'd have to train our mining a little bit and our crafting a little bit. to finish up with that that task there. This is the mask for sure. Yeah, unfortunately not. We did hit just over 800 kills. We just hit 803 kills. We are 2/3 of the way to the drop rate. I'm just going to go bank and get some more lobsters. But yeah, Myth's Guild is pretty chunky. We would have a little grind here and there just for the quest requirements for that. This one has wolves. Big wolf and regular wolf. This one... Now that's the thing, is I can't actually reach here because there's an agility level 10 shortcut here, and I think this is also 10 that you need. If we were to get that, we would have a hunter grind. Fortunately, our under 10 agility is keeping us from being able to roll north there, which is kind of interesting. Let's grab our... Let's drink a couple wines to get back up to almost par. Load up with lobster. There we go. And back to the cove we go. Yeah, some of these are... None of these are death chunks. Like, Ardougne Castle, don't get me wrong. It would have been nice to have this before the Corsair Cove, because it would have given us a furnace. We don't have a furnace yet, which sucks. Yeah, we gotta make mithril arrows. We gotta... The crown costs 250 million. Oh, that's expensive. I've never considered flex items being a death sentence for special accounts. Well, flex items, yeah. Flex items are not a death sentence for us. We do have ways of making money. It's fine. Yeah, no, the condensed gold, if we had to build the sink, would definitely be quite a bit of a death sentence, because that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. The crystal crown would definitely be a hell of a grind. Hopefully by then, though, by then, if we have access to the crystal crown, we also have access to both the volcano and likely the gauntlet. So we're going to be raking in money. So 250 mil there, not going to be that big of an issue. It's going to be a few hours in the gauntlet. That's about it. Not an issue. But for now, like, the chunks here, not issues. The rune bar drop from the random event, 100% would be our biggest death chunk grind. Period. Fight arena's just the NPCs. Even Eastia nil. Let's look at what I would consider our biggest death chunk. By the way, if anyone knows how to reach out to Josh's in gaming, let me know, because when we roll this, of course, it's almost necessary to have a collab with him. Like, it's obvious. Yeah, if you're in Prif, it's inevitable that there's a gauntlet grind. Yeah, of course. You've got your crystal weapon seed, both of them, because likely the sword as well is going to be a best in slot for us. Like, the odds of us having something better than a tier 80 weapon is very unlikely. Then again, it's Prif, so like that's a lot of rolls away. That's probably a few years away, I would have to guess. Considering we're already we're about 3/4 of a year so far, and we have, that's what we got, right? It's gonna be some time before we roll that. Eventually, we'll get to a point in which our stats are high enough that whenever we roll a new chunk, it's just like, okay, let's keep going. I've heard that tier X weapons terms over the years, but where do you actually find that info into the game? Oh, so tier X. So that is referring to the level requirement for the Mistrock Chunkman cat percent speedrun. That would be it's kind of interesting how long it might take for us to get a cat. Our best luck for getting a cat would be to roll the west of the Fortis Coffin, then we could take a bird over to eastern Varrock, and then we head straight west. But then we also have to go up to the sawmill and all that stuff. It is, well, it's your attack level, but it's also your strength level, because there are some weapons that are strength based. So let's look at attack for a second. Okay. So, when someone talks about, say, a tier 60 weapon, that is referring to level 60 attack, right? The Arcan Blade is a tier 60 weapon. Dragon weapons are tier 60. You have tier 70 weapons, which are things like the Sarah Sword, the Abyssal Whip, all of Barrow's Gear. Those are tier 70 weapons. The Mako Heedle is a tier 70 attack, but it requires 75 strength. So that would actually be a tier 75 strength weapon. It always goes by the highest tier available. God Swords, tier 75. Right? You have strength weapons as well, which are specifically targeting like dragon weapons. No, this is the Dragon Warhammer exclusively that has the strength requirement. See, the Mako Heedle is a tier 80 weapon. You have tier 75. Soul Reaper is tier 80 in attack and strength, and then the Scythe is the ultra rare, which is a tier 90 strength weapon that also requires tier 80 attack. Okay, and that I think is still the highest. Yeah, it's the Scythe with 90 strength, and then there's Osmumtum's Fang, which is a tier 82 attack weapon. So that is what the tiers are referring to, is the tier of weapon, and likewise armor. Like, those also have numbers, right? You have tier 80 defensive gear, which would be Torva, Masoris, shockingly, its Virtus is 75. The best magic armor, you have the Avernic Treads and Ancestral Robes, which is commonly considered the best magic gear, is actually only a tier 65 defense gear. So honestly, they could come out with with the Raids 4, they could come out with new tier 80 magic armor. If I had to guess what they were going to be making, it is some tank mage armor for tier 80. Which would be interesting, because it's kind of like Arms. It would be similar to Arms, because Arms is a really defensively set. Any Barrows gear has a lot of defense to it. But like, Arams is currently the best defensive mage armor. That's why you see PvPers use Arams a lot in the wilderness, because it's a lot of positive mage benefits without detracting from all of the armor bonuses. It's also cheap, which also really helps, making it nasty in the wilderness, right? Yeah. But yeah, East Yanil, which I would consider our death chunk, has 71 hunter, because we have a hunter shop. We have things like Enter the Magic Guild, which is 66 magic, which likely, honestly, with the amount of high alching we're going to have to do in this chunk, we're likely going to reach that. Equip Red Dragonhide Armor. That is 60 range we already have. Well beyond that. Thieving. Ardoin. Attempt to pickpocket the door to the basement to the Yanil Agility dungeon. Must succeed. That is 82 thieving. That's a decent grind. Okay. Spiky Vambraces. That is from Eclectic Implings, which of course, since we don't have Puro unlocked, because we didn't want to get into that whole kerfuffle, we're going to be hunting Eclectics on the mainland. What is the hunter training we have unlocked currently? The only hunter training that we can actually do right now is from forestry events, and that is exclusively the fox hunting. That is it. And it doesn't have a level requirement, so all of our levels is... Yeah, all of our levels are nothing burgers here. We have nothing. Like, even crabs require level. Like, we can do... I think it's copper longtails that we have on the north of our chunk, but we don't have a bird snare. We don't have any equipment, so we can't actually train on those. Period. As soon as we roll the Yanil chunk, though, that's gonna be a reality. Yeah. To unlock Xanaris, you should have to unlock every chunk between the planet and the moon. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? In that case, for sailing chunks, we should have stopped at our Alderaan docks, and we would have only had the Sunset Coast to roll, because obviously those aren't connected chunks. We can only roll through connected chunks unless we roll the sailing chunks. Obviously, that would have been a whole different series, right? I wonder how you were going to handle sailing islands. Well, as soon as sailing's unlocked, ocean chunks are going to be rollable. And if any dungeons go into sailing chunks as well, we have to be able to roll those as well. Actually, there's a perfect example. We have the Brimhaven dungeon, which starts right here, but it goes all the way down to here, and there's definitely some areas in the Strait of Khazard that, like, this dungeon goes under this area. So we will likely be able to roll, like, exclusively water chunks from the dungeon requirements below, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna enjoy... Oh, almost just hit a Shaman. Don't want to hit a Shaman. But yeah, hitting those... Oh, that would be... It's going to be fun once those become options. Oh, looks like we got this ogre this time. Oh. The grind is going well. We're up to 809 warrior kills. We should... I mean, we could get this anytime, and then we get to start on our other grinds, which is going to be fun. These guys drop a lot of gems, actually. 809 kills. We have 38 diamonds, 29 emeralds, 33 rubies, and 18 sapphires. We're getting a significant number of gems from these, which is terrifying, because that probably... I mean, if we didn't have our gem shop, this would have made... Ooh, more natures. That would have made our grind. Mining, killing ogresses for diamonds. Yeah, that would be... No, it would be crafting, but yeah, no, I get you. Oh, killing ogresses for diamonds, that would be... I mean, I know... What's-her-face did that already for her crafting. We talked about her just earlier today. I am sorry. I'm drawing a blank on the name. Need to hydrate. Okay. So it's starting to get warmer now. You know how in the morning I was talking about that throw blanket? Well, throw blanket goes away. Hold on. Whew. Throw blanket be gone. Starting to get a little bit toasty in here. And when I mean a little toasty, I mean like, it's probably 24 or 25 degrees Celsius in here. That's about 77 or 78 Fahrenheit for all you Americans. Go figure, the sun is beating down on you. Impling only, thank you. Impling only is the person who did that grind. And I do not, again, I do not envy those grinds that extreme OneChunk Ironman have to do. They are inherently, like, that is insane, some of the grinds that they have to do. Frankly, I mean, all of the grinds we've done currently have been extreme OneChunk Ironman capable. Except for, like, if their drop rate was like 1 in 128, then I would have had to farm guards for the nature runes to hit 68 smithing or something. Like, that would have been years and years of killing grinds. That would have been like, you know, 500,000 guards in order to get the nature runes required for that smithing level. There's a reason why extreme OneChunks are, well, they stream like almost every day because they need to. For me, it's like 9 Celsius right now, but it may be 12 during the day. It got really cold starting this week. Oh, that's weird. That is weird, Mark. I mean, Where is it 9 Celsius? That's like that's like prairie temperatures. That's like northern half of Europe temperatures. Yeah, here it's toasty. I've got the sun beating down on the roof of the RV. The solar panels are probably loving this. Let me actually check. I have an app on my phone which allows me to check. Yeah, we're currently at 100% battery power, and the solar panel is floating. Now, I could do this and use this little button to click on an air conditioner. Ka-chunk. But then the air conditioner is going to be blowing in the background, and no, we're going to test it out for a second. See how much background noise this is. See if it's a nominal amount of background noise, or if it's too much and it's harder to hear me. That is the AC clicking on. Yeah, I got an air conditioning unit in an RV. I think maybe a cold front came. Yeah, we got the warm front that came in. How does it sound? Is it too loud for y'all? Are you able to hear over the air conditioner? Or is that like a monotonous buzzing sound that you can hear in the background? It was almost 30 in the sun last week. Yeah, I can believe it. It's getting toasty. Gonna start moving north if it keeps going like this. It's definitely there, but it's tolerable. Tolerable isn't exactly the best for streams. We're gonna turn it back off then. Speaking of warm, imagine how warm this damp-looking cave under the jungle is. Yeah, well, I mean, there is a fire over here and there. So I'd imagine the humidity is a little bit lower, but also, like, the temperature of the earth is very set. So underground, it's actually a lot more temperate than jungle. I know this for a fact because I have been to caves in jungles. Oh, yes, Captain Barnaby, I will help you. Where's your bar? Where's your bowl? There you go. Unlock. Give me money. What? How'd I get that wrong? Coins. Those are coins. Ring. That's a ring. Bar. That's a bar. There we go. Got a free ring. Nice. Wear the ring so it doesn't use an inventory slot. I can hear it. I'm used to AC sounds. Plus, where I live, the trains go by every 30 minutes and you can feel them go by. Whew. Train sounds would be kind of fun. Honestly, like if there was a train nearby where I lived, it would be almost kind of funny. It's like a live event in a live stream of oh no, train coming by, and then you have to sit there waiting patiently as, you know, happens for 15, 20, I mean, it depends. Is it like a sky train like they have in Vancouver, or is it like one of those big 15-minute long Alberta trains, you know? I have a conspiracy theory that he just randomly tells you you picked the wrong combination just to mess with you. Happens to be sometimes. Yeah, there's a chance that is true, right? There's a chance. I mean, we have the live stream. We could look back on it and see if I actually picked something wrong. Or maybe the name changed at the last second. Who knows? Up to 2,000 coins. We're kind of coin heavy this round. I'm really happy we're getting some more nature runes though. That is going to make the rest of this grind a whole lot more tolerable. Because the nature runes are going to be used exclusively for superheat. We're going to need more fire runes, obviously. Fortunately, I didn't burn through any of my fire runes in leveling up to this point. I think we're pretty good on fire runes, which means we might have enough to superheat a bunch of bars. We'll find out. Ugh. You did ring for coins, easy mistake both round. Oh, okay. Ring for coins. Yep, that would be it. Main route to the Capital Express trains, local trains, freight trains, which is really good. When I gotta work, I get there in like 20, sometimes 15 minutes. Yeah, living near a train route, I'm sure has its pros and cons. Like, the noise, I'm sure, is a little bit higher. It also depends on, like, the freight trains are loud. that is like 15 minutes of it going, ah, ah, ah. I used to live in a place that had trains like that, and you could hear it from miles away, and it just lasted for so long. But that's not the case anymore. I live in a place that, I mean, there is a railroad probably 2 clicks away from where I am, but it's an old, dysfunctional railway that doesn't have any trains going on it anymore, so... Yeah, the railway on Vancouver Island completely shut down. Like, they have very, very little actual traffic because they were mal-maintained and some of the bridges, like, started getting scary to traverse on heavier loads, so they just stopped. There's no more trains. No more trains. Which is sad because trains are, you know... Trains aren't not kind of neat. They are kind of neat. Trains are cool. They're not that long here, so max is like 2 or 3 minutes, but they are the loudest. Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, if they're going through a populated area, they're gonna be loud. Because, I mean, the last thing you want is someone stopping on the tracks, and then, you know, you have the kaboom. No one wants the kaboom. No one wants to be in charge of the cleanup of... It's more like... It's not like kaboom, it's like the train keeps going. The train doesn't stop. The train stops eventually, but, like... You can't stop a train. You know, that's the whole point of a train, is to conserve force in forward momentum, so that... yeah. Not to get all political, but I'm so jealous of countries with solid public transit. That's not political at all. The public transit... Yeah, public transit in general, so nice. If it's done correctly. Like, I mean, keep in mind, there are a lot of countries out there that were made to be walkable. Like, you have... I joke. Yeah, fair enough. Another nature rune drop. I'll take it. When I went to Barcelona, Spain for a bit. That is an amazing city, by the way. Everything there is walkable. You have markets that are within walking distance. You have different event centers that are in walking distance. Most people have work that is within walking distance because the housing there was moderately affordable in comparison to other places, obviously. But like Barcelona, Spain, fantastic place. In public transit, there was, you know, they have subways there. They have any place with subways. It's pretty decent for transportation. Like, as terrible as the New York subway system is in terms of like getting spooky, it's still good for transportation, right? What's more funny is when the railroad crossing is not working, you get jump scared by a horn every time a train goes by. Well, there are also low traffic railroad crossing areas, right? Walkable city sounds great, but F cars, people have obviously never lived 45 minutes from the nearest grocery store. Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, I live 20 minutes driving to my, I mean, it's 12. 12 minutes to my nearest grocery store, but it's a good 20 to my favorite grocery stores. Wow, another nature rune drop. I will take it. And look at that, we're already teleporting back. Thanks for sticking around so long. You've been here almost longer than I have. I mean, if you count the time that I disappear and reappear. That's funny. All black gear. That's kind of a style choice for sure. Let's grab another couple wines. Chug 'em. I made it to the stream on time. Yes, you did, Lord Freyr. Is it supposed to be like Lord Freyrin? Is that the reference that I'm picking up, or is it just Lord Freyr? Is there a reference to that name? Also, welcome. Yeah, I wanted to. I'm planning on streaming Tuesdays and Fridays, and then yeah, No, I too Freyr from North Mythos. Oh, yeah, okay. I took Freyr, yeah. North mythology. I can't remember who Freyr was. Because normally you think of North mythology as, you know, you have Odin, Loki, Thor. Thanks to pop culture, anything outside of that is less known to the general public. You have Jormungandr, or the world worm. Let's see. I like public transport. Like, we don't have subway in Bratislava, but the trams are fantastic. Yeah, trams sound... Those are the ones that run right in the middle of the roads, right? The tram stations. Yeah, those would be pretty helpful too. I'm about 2100 kill count, still no mask, by the way. Well, hopefully we're not as unlucky as you have to, or we're going to be here for a while. Shout out to sci-fi and fantasy for helping all of us nerds learn about other mythologies, especially Nordic. Yeah, no kidding. The mythologies, I mean, it's not just Norse that we've learned, it's also, you know, Egyptian gods, and if any of you are a fan of, there's a show, I think it's a Netflix series, it's an animation, I don't think it's considered anime because it's not Japanese, but it's the one where the gods fight the mortals. I can't remember what the show name is, but that one, it has a lot of that lore-based mythology that's kind of just wrapped right into the show, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, when I go to Prague, I'm always happy to take the metro because it's so convenient. I've never been to Prague myself. I mean, Canadian, middle of the woods, right? I've gone on a couple trips around the world, like a couple trips to a few places in my life. There's Argentina, there's Barcelona, there's Florida. Been to Disney World a couple times, but that's about it. Probably Ragnarok or something like that. Yeah, there are a bunch of shows like that. There are a bunch of shows like that. Yeah, it's Record of Ragnarok, I think is what it's called. Records of Ragnarok. That is definitely the show that I'm thinking of. Yeah, but even like The Lightning Thief, or like there are a lot of shows that are just all based on that mythology. I'm sure there's a bunch for Hinduism as well. I mean, Records of Ragnarok definitely has some Hindu characters. Is it okay to pick up girls in a dungeon? Is just basically Greek mythology in anime form. I never got that feeling, but no, I do get that the gods in How to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon are, I mean, yeah. And that's Freya, I think, is... No, I get your point. Yeah, no, it's anime Greek mythology, but also... Is it based on their characters that their personalities are? Or did they completely... I guess, no, it is. It definitely is. Because you have the gods of... What's it called? Like smithing, metallurgy, blacksmithing, whatever it is. And they are the blacksmiths of the... Okay. Roughly based. Yeah, no, of course. You have to take some liberties when you're making a show. To see what that is. Danmachi is all pantheons. Okay. I've never heard of Danmachi before. Kind of curious as to that show. I've only been to other countries in Europe. Yeah, well, I mean, fair enough. That's, like, I've only... Thing is like, I'm Canadian. I haven't been to every province in Canada. I've been to 3. My home province, Alberta, and Ontario. I flew into Toronto for, of all things, a League of Legends LCS finals. That was fun. That was fun. I had a blast there. Yeah. I haven't even been to all of Canada, right? So being to other countries in an entire... like that's a whole continent of countries to explore, all with their different features and dynamics. So, I mean, there's no shortage of things to do over there. So, I love how JoJo was all rock/progressive rock bands, and they had to change a lot of them for the anime. Okay, that's... Like, JoJo the comic was based on rock and progressive rock bands, and then they had to change them because of copyright purposes. Danmachi is shorthand for, is it wrong to pick up of girls in the dungeon? Oh, it is? I did not know that was the shorthand of that. Kill count is currently 824. That sounds fun. I really want to go to World Finals one day. Oh, it's a blast. When there's a group of people, I'd imagine RuneFest is similar. Like, anything where there are so many people that like the same things as you, regardless of how niche it is, I'm 100% certain would be a blast. I mean, like, any subject that you have that... You got this, bro. Easy day. Yeah. It's a 1 in 1200. We're at 824. Possibly going to be an easy day here. The names of a lot of stands. Oh, yeah. No, they are. Okay. Yeah. No, I get that. Aren't they stands? Like, with a D at the end? Or are they stands? I'm not sure. They might be stands. Yeah. I thought they were stands, though. I've only watched a few seasons of JoJo's. I think just the first few. I got to the Rero scene. No, I'm kidding. That's not where I stopped. But I was able to see that. That was funny. I think you're right. Spelled wrong. Yeah. Dino, King Crimson, Ario, Speedwagon. Oh yeah, Speedwagon. Zeppeli for Zeppelin. Okay, yeah. No, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. That's interesting. I never got that connection. I thought that was weird. There was a weird naming convention to it, but I wasn't sure. Huh. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to watch for those references if I ever watch more seasons of that, which I might. It just comes down to... Yeah. If I have time. I might just do some AFK and catch up on JoJo's or something. Dire and Strazio for Dire Straits. Yeah. Now, conventions. No, it does... Yeah, it does go on there, Kyle. Conventions are so fun. I'm planning on heading to PAX West, by the way. If any of you are heading to PAX West, I'll see you around there. I'm not large enough of a creator to, of course, get into the creator system. So that's cool. I can still run around and enjoy myself for 1 or 2 last PAXs before that happens. An F1 race. You plan on going to an F1 race? I'd imagine it's a whole lot different, but yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of vehicles in general. Like I see them as modes of transportation, and I get cargo burr and seeing the joy in that. An F1 race for me, I don't know, it's not that appealing. It's not that appealing to me. I can definitely see why people like it though. It's kind of like any fandom out there that is obsessed with the characters of whatever their fandom is. I see where they're getting it from, but I can't relate to certain things. Can these medium clues in leagues please just give me the ranger boots? It's the last thing I need for Cerberus boost task. Yeah, oh yeah, you're stuck on the mediums. That's rough. What are you using to get your medium clues from, by the way? I find, since the drop rates are boosted, try your hand out at gnome pickpocketing. That usually, I would imagine with the increased drop rates, that would be pretty quick to get those clue scrolls if you're lacking on the clue scrolls. Laughs at 1KC Ranger boots. I'm so sorry. Oh, Kyle. That is depressing. I am sorry, Tiger. Oh, Ranger boots. We're gonna have to get that one day too. Falador guards, I'm sure, yeah, no. I guess you can kill a lot of things a lot faster in leagues, so he's not sorry. No, of course he's not sorry. I'm so sorry. No, not sorry. That is the polite I'm so sorry, not the actual I mean it I'm so sorry. Like, there's no way you're sorry for getting spooned on a drop. There's just no way. Oh, that's good. Oh, there's some beef in the chat now. Ooh. No. Okay, so let's talk while we're gaming here. Let's talk a little bit about more death chunk related things. Tower of Life I used to think was an amazing chunk. I didn't take the thieving relic, so it isn't AFK. Oh, that's unfortunate. The Tower of Life is I used to think it was a super great chunk because Staff of Fire. That immediately, last chunk, turned into a horror story because we do technically have the nature runes outside of the Ogress warriors. From the, I think it was the hobgoblins that dropped nature runes at enough of a rate that would be considered under our drop rate. So that would have been a terrible, terrible thing to have rolled. But fortunately, we do have the Ogress warriors, so this is no longer a gross death chunk. It's weird because it went from great to terrible to perfectly fine nowadays. Like it's gone on such a roller coaster of what was bad and what was not that like it's so weird. And that's the great thing about chunk accounts is one roll can change the entire dynamic of everything. Hazelmere's is still free. Horseshoe Island is still free. Brimhaven dungeon entrance, obviously not free. That is a whole lot of grinds, but it's not as much grinds as you think because of our mirror mode grind. Brimhaven becoming more and more scary because we got the agility grind, which would be great to have, but there are so many things now that we have access to that is locked behind agility. First of all, down here, we have an agility shortcut here. Boop. And we can roll this. And of course, this is a diagonal that we can cross. So suddenly, this opens up. This opens up. Which is, of course, the big hunter grind from the north. All hidden behind agility. Plus, this opens up. This little chunk right here. This one. The Villa Lucen's theater chunk. Which is just a little tiny bit of a theater. But it's required... because the quest right here, Death on the Isle, requires that little chunk to complete, but is also trapped behind agility. Right? As soon as we get the agility level, we can then go into... This is our third chunk rolled ever. And we can finally access another, like, third of it, which would be really cool. But at the same time, that would create this as a rollable chunk. And then this is the scary thing. There is... I mean, there's this agility shortcut, which is pretty high up. So we would have to unlock that from our agility from the Brimhaven dungeon to be able to go up and down that shortcut. Brr. Good luck on the grind. Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you being here. Tiger. My group chunk man, now that I have dropped Ninja in the 99 mining grind, isn't that much of a death chunk for me, and would make my chunk that is currently has my Slayer task not scary. Yeah, the difference is that getting one chunk makes one chunk changes the entire dynamic of everything. Melzar's Maze. I think this is still completely free. Right? Yeah, Melzar's Maze completely free. Port Sarim Church completely free. Both of those together, though, those are corner chunks. If we got Melzar's Maze and this, suddenly we'd have access to all of this, and what's that? I think you can actually access this dungeon from both sides. Which means if we got 15 and 16, or 17 and 16, or sorry, 17 and this chunk up here, there's just so many ways this can go wrong. So many ways we could unlock the entire grind of the Titans And just, oh, that was, oh, great. Yeah, OSRS community is amazing for creating tools like this. Yeah, well, the entire community is obsessed with optimization and in making the game as fun as possible. The chunk picker was made by SourceChunk, and he's assisted by a few other people, from what my knowledge. And yeah, no, SourceChunk is an amazing person. Just, yeah, also the head of the clan that I'm in. Hey, SourceChunk, you might be in here, you might not be. But yeah, SourceChunk is an amazing person who made the chunk picker website, and yeah, it's used for so many game modes now that it's probably, besides the wiki, the number two, or the wiki and maybe the DPS calculator, is probably the most used secondary website for RuneScape. I'm sure the amount of views this site gets is not insignificant, which means if they decided to put ads on it, they could probably make a good amount of money, but they don't. For now, that is. They don't. They host this website out of the goodness of their own hearts, I think, or out of the goodness of wanting to create this community here, which is cool. Yeah. It's really cool of them. I really do like the OSRS community. It's one of the best communities that I've ever been a part of, except for how they treat the RS3 community. I don't like that dynamic of just hating on the game for the sake of hating on it. That's the only thing I would ever change is the nasty negative dynamic they have there. And of course the dynamic of, if you have a fire cape, Inferno when. I would probably change that too. Like, those are jokes, but they can be a little sad for some people who just don't have that capability of doing that. Because that kind of pushes them to want to purchase those services online. And of course that's not allowed in the rule set. So don't do that. Don't do that ever. Please do not do that. But the negativity around that pushes people to get those bought and botted, which is not good. I don't hate RS3 players, I hate RS3. That is fair. Yeah, I mean, I was an RS3 player. I had the trim completionist cape. It was like, just hold on. My house keys have, here. My house keys, I got this when I got the trimmed comp cape. Or I think that was when I got the comp cape. Yeah. It was a kind of neat little, because it's such a commemorative moment. It meant so much to me. Because it was such a great achievement. It was like, you know, I did this. I accomplished this. It wasn't like, getting a skill cape is one thing. Getting a max cape is another thing. Getting a comp cape or a trimmed comp cape is a whole nother level of dedication you have to the game. I'll never get Inferno cape, and I'm at peace with it, but I'm also a lot more casual than a lot of players. Yeah, I'm not at peace on that. As soon as I am able to do the Inferno, even on ChunkMist, I am going to be tackling the Inferno. Hopefully we get enough gear and equipment to be able to tackle it fine. By the time we roll it, but the problem is statistically that's improbable. Because we're 2 rolls away from the volcano, and then I think it's 1 roll down. As soon as we get this, I think that unlocks the Inferno. The Inferno scares me. The Inferno doesn't scare me per se, if I was not on a ChunkMan account. If I was on a regular account, this would be, like, I would, of course, dedicate my time to gearing up as best as possible, and then I'd be going for it, right? I'd get ancient magics so that I could use ice barrage. I would be leveling up so that I could actually take on the inferno or blood barrage. You know, can you explain what a trimmed comp cape is? Yeah, that is a great question. So max cape is 99 in everything. Okay, the comp cape is 99 in everything, 120 in all level 120 skills. There are quite a few in RS3 that have scaled up to level 120 now, which is like 105 million XP. And then there are also certain things that you need to do to get the comp cape. Like, for example, if there are mini games or events, you have to complete certain achievements or get certain items in order to consider yourself complete. The trimmed completionist cape is basically doing everything. That is like several hundred or thousand Castle Wars games. That is getting the Sandy titles for completing all of the Menaphos achievement diaries and like discovering all of the cats. There are like talkable cats down there that are all logged in a logbook and only appear at certain times and locations during the day, and it depends on the day of the week and what world they're on, the locations of these roaming cats that you have to track down. And then there's also like fossilized like insects that are in ammonites that you have to track down, and then you also have to get the salty title from all of the eastern lands. You have to do all of the raids. You have to kill Telos at a 100% difficulty. That's kind of like I'd say equivalent to doing Delve level 8. For any of you looking for a difficulty comparison, it's like killing what's his face, Doom at full Doom, trying to get perfect Doom or something like that. In terms of difficulty, 100% Telos is spooky. It's kind of tricky, but yeah, you have to get all of these achievements out of the way. It's ridiculously hard grind. It's hard. That's all I have to say. It's like getting the achievement cape plus your max cape plus your collection log filled out. That's the equivalent in old school. It's like having the collection log outside of the clue scrolls filled out. Like getting every item from like raids, for example, getting the ornament kits would be part of the trimmed completionist cape. I'd love to stick around, but got a disc. Max next time for sure. Next kill for sure. Well, thank you for being around for so long. I appreciate you keeping me company here. And yeah, it's definitely on the next kill. It's definitely this kill. I'll see you around. So yeah, that's what a trimmed comp cape basically is. It's basically like completing all of the collection log, all of the minigame collection logs, plus all of the achievement diaries, plus bonus achievement diaries that aren't in place, that are much harder to complete. That is what the trimmed comp cape is. And honestly, if there was a trimmed comp cape or a comp cape for old school, I would be not opposed to it. That's a pretty... it was a really fun grind doing that. And it gives a lot of mains that have hit the max cape another achievement to go for. Like, for example, the Zuck Helm. Everyone thinks the Zuck Helm is like the best achievement you can get in old school, which realistically it is. Now, if you combine the max cape with the Zuck Helm, and then also add the achievement cape, the diary cape, and like the dragon collection log staff wrapped up in a single item, that is what the trimmed comp cape was. It was like, oh my gosh, this person has done everything you can think of. And I think that would be a really cool addition to old school, honestly, if they did something like that. Oh, we are out of... Hold on, we're out of prayer and at 53 health. Can we get this kill? We're gonna try. We're gonna try. No prayer, no food, 53 health. Let's kill this Ogress. And let's hope that they don't hit us that hard. Come on, don't hit hard. I know you can hit hard. Please don't hit hard. Please do not hit us hard. Ooh, burner chunk with the petal garland. Very nice. Grats to you. Yeah. RuneScape 3 definitely has some things that could easily be pulled to old school that would increase the overall fun of old school. EOC is obviously the line in the sand that we do not want to get into, but honestly, again, as we said earlier, it might be interesting if they did something for sailing in that general direction, right? Because sailing is such a new skill, it is not really related to old school in the sense of it's different, like it's different. Right, adding EOC to, like, allowing you to move from the cannons to steering with the click of a button, instead of having to run over to the cannon to use the cannon, would be really interesting. And if that was on a tick-based loading menu, that would honestly be really cool. Some of the bosses they could bring over. You know, Anachronia in general is such a cool update that RS3 had. And it would make it, like, they kind of have Fossil Island. Like, Fossil Island, I think, is the equivalent of Anachronia, but it's much, much smaller than what Anachronia is. Anachronia is just so well done. Like, I wish they brought Anachronia into old school. That would be, like, one of my, like, top what they could add, including the bosses. Like, you have Raksha, you have the new Dagannoth King equivalents, like, it was so cool. Such a fun area. A full, massive island for agility that gave some good agility XP. Huge exploration. An alternative... Now, the things, like, I'd draw the line in the sand for is... there was an herblore training method that was a weekly. I wouldn't include that, because that gets rid of a lot of the... Like, you don't want to turn this into weekly scape. You don't want to turn it into daily scape. They already have that a little bit with Tears of Guthix, and that is the line that I would say is, like, don't go further than Tears of Guthix. Right? Any more than that, and suddenly you're having to do tasks that are time-gated, and you don't want to do that. That is not a fun mechanic. We want to keep that out of old school as much as possible. I know this is more nuanced than this, but old school feels like a vocal minority that just wants the game to be as miserable as they had back in the day for anything new. Yes and no. No, I agree with you on that, Kyle. There's a vocal minority that wants everything to never change, but the thing is old school has to change, because in order for it to be a game that people want to play, there needs to be new things to do. Because once you run out of those things to do, all you have is PvP. And if you're on an Ironman, that's a nothing burger. So, you know, and Ironman are, I think, like 30 or 40% of the player base now. Like, there's a lot of Ironman in the game. So they actually have to tailor some of what they do to Ironman now. Right? So they have to make drop rates rare enough to not break the game. They need to kind of grow the game in a way that appeases the new players with the Ironman players with the old school players, right? Like, none of them are regretting Theater of Blood. When Theater of Blood came out, there weren't protests because it was really cool content. Like, yes, it broke the base mechanics of the game, but because the scythe isn't a fantastic PvP weapon, the rapier, on the other hand, is pretty damn good. You know, there wasn't too much pushback, right? Same people would complain about no new updates, though, as well. Yeah, right? That's where leagues and all of these temporary game modes kind of come in as the creative expression of what the developers have wanted to do and what could have been without destroying the base of the game, right? It allows them to flex their creative muscles and doing all these weird, cool things without destroying the overall feel of the base game. That's entirely what Leagues is, and that's what keeps it fresh nowadays, is those kind of content. That kind of content. Yeah. I do hope for a rework or a continuation of the Elemental Workshop. Elemental Workshop is awful. I hope it ends. Honestly. It's Elemental Workshop 3 and 4 from RS3. Horribly convoluted puzzles. Like, they were hard. I couldn't imagine doing that on a... on, like, guideless. You need a guide to complete those things. It took me, like, an hour and a half to complete Elemental Workshop 4 with a guide, because it was so convoluted. It was like lifting up pillars on different chunks. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. Oh man, I'm getting jitters from how bad those quest lines. It was like worse than One Small Favor. Let's put it that way. You know how much I avidly hate One Small Favor. And it was worse than One Small Favor. RS3's Elemental Workshop 4 was worse than One Small Favor. 3 wasn't too bad. They did Elemental Workshop 3 all right, but 4 was rough. Like, it was rough. I hope that never comes in. Now, it's funny because I've seen talk about other skills that they could implement into old school, and the one that people always want the most is dungeoneering, which is literally just the gauntlet but with different bosses, which means I don't think dungeoneering is going to work in old school, because, like, yeah, I don't think that. You've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break from your screen. I have been playing for a while. For 4 hours, basically. Live stream is coming up on 4 hours. That is terrifying. But you get a cool key ring. Ha! Sarcasm. Yeah, I realize this is an area where my casual scape is not showing much, though. It's more nuanced than I said. Yeah, 3 and 4 horrible. You get a cool key ring. Huh, yeah, no. Dungeoneering should be added as a mini game. If anything, I want summoning. Well, they were coming up with the equivalent of summoning in the polls, right? That was, I think, was it shamanism or was it taming? They had taming as a suggested skill, and honestly, taming would be cool. Now, there was a difference between taming and summoning. Summoning is reaching into the spirit realm and summoning a creature. Taming is you'd have to, like, literally go out, and honestly, if they did taming like they did, so in RS3, there's actually something, hold on. There's a player-owned Slayer dungeon that they had. Player-owned Slayer dungeon, the Sunken Pyramid. This is going to be an adventure, because this, like, if there was any JMods out there right now, this is what I would tell them. If you make taming like you make the collection mechanics for the Sunken Pyramid, which is you have to go around the world and kill a certain number of creatures, not number specifically, but you make it a drop rate of the creatures, and then you collect their souls inside these ushtabis, which are containers that are used to basically hold the souls. The photo isn't showing up, but if they made it like that, where you had to go out and, like, kill a creature that is related to your level to capture the soul, to be able to then tame the creature, and then they had a secondary section where you were taming the creature, oh boy, that would make for a fantastic skill. Oh, that would be so fun. Because, like, coming out here and killing ogres, I mean, these are humanoids, so you wouldn't capture them and tame them. But, like, wolves or giant wolves, it would be cool to go out and capture a wolf and then bring it back to your base of operations to tame it using these certain items right? To capture and tame this creature and make it yours. Summoning in RS3, yeah. No, summoning was different. This is like tying it to combat instead of going to an obelisk to make pouches for temporary creatures, instead allowing you to create permanent creatures that could be summoned or healed, and you just make them kind of go like in a non-combat mode if their health hits 0 until you heal them. But you do it something like that, and suddenly there's going to be a huge variety of people taming creatures. Like, how would you like to go around and like PvP and oh, there's a dragon protecting you now? Like, suddenly the gear and the makeup of PvPers would be different because, oh, now they need an anti-dragon or a dragonfire shield instead of their regular offhands. It could give Pokemon vibes. I'd love it. Exactly, Abducola. It would. I think it being tied to Hunter would make Hunter less useless as a standalone skill. I think tying it into both Slayer and Hunter would be the best method, where you have to either hunt and capture the creature, and then you have to kill it multiple times or something, or fight it multiple times with a chance of taming it, would be the best way of getting that. And of course, the chance of taming certain creatures would be impossible until you hit that certain taming level. So in order to tame a dragon, you would need 99 taming, right? Because of course it would be. Jagex wouldn't want Game Freak's lawyers coming after them. I don't think... That's the thing, is if you tie it into soul harvesting and using the Ushtabis from RS3, like, you already have that. That already exists, right? So, and they haven't gotten mad at that, and that's been in that game for years, right? And you don't have to bring them back and then do something with the tames in order to tame them. Like, for example, if you had to put them in a pen and then feed them a bunch of food that they liked in order to raise their happiness level, like, that's nothing Game Freak related. If you have to beat them to near submission and then throw balls at them, yeah, I could see Game Freak getting crazy over that. But that's not how RS3 did it. It was you kill them, and when killing them, there was a % chance, and this is much more old school, is there was like a % chance of getting the soul of that creature, and the chance of getting that soul would decrease the higher combat level or the higher slayer level that creature was, right? Like, imagine walking around with an abyssal demon following behind you, but it was a 1 in 10,000 drop. You'd have people being like, oh shoot, that's something cool that person ground out for, right? Or having a pet Hydra follow behind you. Like, that would be really cool. Like, even if it wasn't combat related, I mean, people already have pet Hydras because of the Hydra boss, but, yeah. It's, I'd probably want it to have more extra inventory slots than anything else. Now, that's dangerous, because then, like, there's so many game mechanics that are based on 28 inventory slots. The Inferno was made for 28 slots. You start adding extra slots, suddenly you're going to make things that were initially very, very trivial into game-crushing, game-destroying events. But at the same time, you could balance that by saying, oh, no taming pets in the Inferno. This is a one-on-one battle or a one-on-many battle. This is your fighting prowess, not the fighting prowess of your pet, right? So it'd be easy enough to balance that. Extra inventory slots is tricky, though, because that is kind of pushing far more into what RS3 was. And then suddenly you have bosses that don't... Like, suddenly you would be creating bosses that did a lot more non-flickable chip damage, and you'd need just a steady supply of food just to stay alive. And then it would become necessary for you to have those extra inventory slots of food. That would be scary. I say that knowing a lot of things I want for the game would not make it better for anyone. Deposit-only inventory was what I was thinking of. Yeah. Well, what you do is you add a time mechanic of... you take the impling boxes, actually, as a perfect example. Impling boxes, they take up 2 spaces, or they take up 1 space, and you can deposit 2 items using the impling box, right? And then, of course, you have an empty impling box. It would be, I would imagine, something similar to that, or something on a timer where, like, you can deposit 1 additional item every 5 minutes, and your pet will take it back to the base, back to a deposit box, and bank it for you. That would be an interesting mechanic. That would be an interesting mechanic to bring in, and definitely something that would add quality of life without totally breaking the game. That would be an interesting one. Man, too bad there aren't any mods in the chat, or they'd be getting some really good ideas. I'm sure they have enough on their plates to not worry about little Relix old school RuneScape here talking about potential changes to their game that they've invested billions of dollars into. Yeah, I enjoy things like the gem bag and the log basket. Yeah, no, the deposit only bags like that are great. The meat sack and the fur sack for Hunter were also great additions when they came out with the hunting guild. I really like that. So you could actually take hunter trips into the middle of nowhere and get a supply of meat and furs and stuff like that. Now, they do need to do something, I think, and in a moderately new update, something to do with those furs. Like, they added, let's go back to the map, Auburn-Vale. Auburn-Vale was the perfect solution to the problem of unused bows. You make tons of bows here, or you make tons of bows around Gielinor, and suddenly you have a use for all the unstrung and strung bows besides high alchemy. Auburn-Vale was a fantastic update. Imagine a new location that did that with furs, right? You add a new section like some of these empty areas. The Proud Spire is still enough, like, there's nothing in that chunk, the Proud Spire. There are a couple agility shortcuts, but the Proud Spire is empty. If there was a place that you could sacrifice your furs to, for, like, hunter XP, sacrifice your furs for hunter or crafting XP, that would be so cool. That would be such a great addition. Right? Right? Am I wrong? I think I'm right there, right? Like, furs are currently pretty useless. There's no use for furs. And there needs to be a better use for furs. And that would literally start to round out the... that would really round... Yeah, look at the... Salvager Outlook. Yeah, Salvager Outlook or the Quetzal Outpost. Yeah, there are definitely locations here. Like, and Tempestus is completely empty. Turn Tempestus into an area that allows you to actually, like, process and use furs for something. That would be so cool. Like, right now, it looks like it's just going to be a giant floating sort of sailing economy. Like, if you look at this, like, this entire area was built for sailing. Like, you can go through the channels with your boats, right? Like, you can tell that this was a sailing-based location that they were building. But if you add, like, even in this lower section here, like a bank up here or something, and then down here you have an area where you have to go to 3 different locations to process the hide into something that's usable for more magical ent altars or something, except there aren't ents, there's some other spirit or something that requires your hides to bring back. Yeah, tan hides and crafts to make clothing for the orphans of Fortis. Honestly, yeah, something like that. Like, there's a charitable donation. You can make clothes and then donate that And even if it wasn't an XP drop, even if it was just coins or some sort of currency that you could buy different items from, different upgrades, anything like that would be great. Like an alternative method to get that that secondary ingredient for aggro potions. What is it? The goading potions require Aldarium, right? If there was a secondary way of getting Aldarium from using the hides, like we're talking like the brown kebbit furs and all of the furs that just like they only have one use and then that's it. Make those into usable, craftable things, and then Hunter feels finished. Like currently, Hunter's in a pretty okay spot. But the ingredients and the equipment that you get from these make you drop 90%. Like, what's the point of the fur pouch if you just drop 99% of what you get, right? Because you don't need the furs for anything else. That's a big gripe I have. That needs... Yeah, there are so many locations that could be great. Even the Gloomthorn Trail right here has a whole lot of nothing. Like, boom, that could be a dungeon entrance to a new location. In here, like, oh, man, I'd love to unlock some of that area someday. I gotta go up and around and over and through and down in order to get there. Like, that's gonna be a long ways away. That's... Like, we could literally probably hit Piscatoris before we hit the lower sections of the Talati Rainforest, even though it's so close. So close, but so far. That's sad. It's funny, I actually debated on holding off on the chunk account until this update came out, and then I was going to choose likely Teklan as a starting spot. I wasn't going to randomize it, I was likely going to start there. And that would have been a whole nother adventure. Right? But no, I wanted to get started. I rolled randomly. I got Alderaan. Oh, shoot. You can't see what I'm talking about. Sorry. Auburn Vale there. Talati Rainforest here. Can't really get down here because I gotta go from here all the way up. Then from here, I gotta go north, which is, of course, a Huey Coatl. Then west. Or wait, I guess I could go west. Then north, then west, then south, then west, then south. Like, it would take so long to get to this area. Teklan, on the other hand, if I started there, it would have been a completely different chunk experience. I mean, you have Chunk Teklan who already does that, among other people. Pick up that extra coin, round that number off. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Tiger, for pointing that out, by the way. Oh, man, I can't wait for sailing. Oh, I really want to unlock sailing. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunk rolls. I'd have to get Port Sarim, north. Like the north. Then the main roll. Then the 3 ocean ones below that to hit Pandemonium. And that would unlock sailing. Which would be super cool. I think it would be fun. If you could bring one thing from RS3 to OSRS, what would that be? Honestly, the player-owned, depending on the adaptation of it, but the player-owned Slayer dungeons and the collection of Slayer monsters would be my #1 choice. Because that would add so much. That would add so much value to the game. It would add, first of all, new collection log slots for every single creature in RuneScape, which would absolutely chunk the heck up of the collection logbook. You make them rare enough that people actually have to grind out for them a little bit, and it gives it gives main accounts a reason to go collect it, and then you put upgrades to the player-owned Slayer dungeon tied to the number of, or even XP lamps or something. You tie that to the number of captures that you have. The player-owned Slayer dungeon. And that's the thing, is it ties in so well with the lore of this area. With Menaphos. Actually, that island is the equivalent island of where the player-owned Slayer dungeon would be in RS3. Did we just discover that they're bringing in player-owned Slayer dungeons into old school? That 100% looks like is what is... There is no reason that island would be there. I think they're planning on bringing player-owned Slayer dungeons into RuneScape. Oh my gosh. They totally are. They're totally going to bring player-owned Slayer dungeons into old school. That's the only reason why this chunk would exist. Ocean chunk? No. That's the player-owned Slayer dungeon chunk from RS3. There's going to be a little pyramid on there, and then you're going to be able to go into that pyramid, and you're going to have a Slayer dungeon. They're bringing that in. Future quest location, yeah. Well, unlocking Menaphos, when they do end up giving the Menaphos, like you have the ruins of Zunka here, whatever. Ooh. They've kind of filled that place out. I don't remember this bottom half. But look, like they're building this up. They have an open location here. They have a teleportation method here. Menaphos is coming. That was changed with sailing. Yeah, no kidding. It used to be completely empty. Now they had to do something with the exterior. But that island right there is definitely the location for player-owned Slayer dungeons. Dang, if only we were doing the island suggestions. If we could literally take that island and suggest they implement that to the game. It would be a lot of work for the devs because they would have to basically go into the drop tables and add a tertiary drop chance while holding that particular item. How do player-owned Slayer dungeons work in RS3? That is a great question. So you have these things called ushtabis, which are just like soul collectors. And you buy them with Slayer points. Okay, so they're not free. You buy the ushtabi with Slayer points. You then go out and you have what's called the... it's basically a Pokédex for the monsters in RuneScape. And you'd go out, and depending on the Slayer level and the level of the creature that you were killing, you had a 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in 2,000 chance of harvesting the soul of the creature into the ushtabi. Okay? And once it was in the ushtabi and it was filled, you would bring that back to the Slayer dungeon, and you could either throw that into this big altar of souls for a big chunk of Slayer XP. So it was an alternative way of training Slayer. And then that, throwing it into that area would then complete the collection log in the equivalent Pokédex, the monster dex of the Slayer book, which is cool. It's like a collection log, right? And then after you've collected that one, or you can actually do it before, but you can then take that, go into a different room, and there were like, it's like a construction room, like a player-owned house. You go over there, there are a bunch of build sites. You can take that ushtabi and literally use it to summon a creature with regular drops into your own dungeon. So yeah, it's a private instance dungeon that you could share with other players, by the way. You could go and, like, for example, what I did in there is I put... I captured the souls of a bunch of the Ascension monsters. There's an Ascension dungeon, and there are these monsters that are generally killed a lot for Ascension keys to fight the bosses. Well, turns out you can put them in there, you can protect from mage, and then you don't have all these other alternative creatures coming in and attacking you at the same time, meaning you don't take any tick damage or anything like that. It makes everything a whole lot easier. But like certain enemies like Ripper demons would have their mechanics reduced in that area. Whether that was a bug or a feature, I don't know. But you could just take those creatures, put them in a private instance dungeon, and then suddenly, if there was a creature you needed to farm out, like, for example, you have Verf, who farmed out, you know, skeletal wyverns. How nice would it be for him to have a room of his own to farm out those wyverns, right? I mean, there are some disadvantages, like there were no safe spots that were in the rooms. But yeah, that was a private instance room that you could put any Slayer creature or any creature in at the same time. Now, that's super helpful for, and it's multi-combat area as well, which makes a bit of a difference. So you'd have, you know, creatures like, you'd put 5 Abyssal Demons in a room, and you'd be able to just, you know, AoE them down. And they had quick respawns too. It was like a 3-second respawn timer. So it wasn't like you were waiting around like normal. Like, these are your creatures. You own their souls. So you're going to make them respawn as fast as possible. So, like, there was all this cool stuff you could do. And it was really cool. And I really wish they added that into Old School. Because, like, how cool would it be? Like right here, actually. You have Ogress Shamans and Ogress Warriors, right? They're together. Well, what if I had a room full of just Ogress Warriors? Well, then I wouldn't have to worry about the Shamans coming over and smacking me occasionally, right? I wouldn't have to worry about that diversity of damage. Glaciers was something that was put into those. Yeah, super cool. Super cool. I love the concept of the player-owned dungeons that RS3 did. And it was like, I actually had videos on it from my other account. Did that not increase XP rates? It depends on the creature, right? If it was like a limited location, take Frost Dragons, for example. Here, you're fighting with like 20 other people for Frost Dragon kills, because it's like you need those kills for so many things in sailing. Like, they drop the plates, I think, at a higher rate or something. And now you have 5 of them all to yourself in a private instance. It's more of a quality of life thing. Does it increase XP rates? Well, if there weren't people there, then no, it wouldn't. But since there are people, what it does is it basically allows people to self-fulfill the needs of themselves. Right? And did it increase XP rates? In some instances, yes it did. Because you're able to kill 5 things in a multi-combat area. You couldn't use a cannon, though. So it was a cannon-free area, so you'd have to use, like... I mean, in RS3 there were AoE abilities. Imagine the Dragon Two-Hander spec, but you could use it every 15 seconds. That's an example. But, like, here you have Ancient Magics. Sounds like it's no longer a thing, or do you just know... No, it's definitely a thing. I don't play RS3 anymore because I'm all old school RuneScape now. It's still definitely a thing in RS3. Is it still popular? I don't know. I haven't been there for a while, right? I haven't played RS3 since I got into old school a couple years ago. Gotta go, bro. Been fun watching and listening. Good luck. Look forward to the next video. Thank you, Curtis. Next video is going to be releasing likely tomorrow. That is when I'm going to try to be releasing the video. That is just under 2 weeks. And yeah, that'll be a good update. And then the video after that will probably take us right up to our current level. Hopefully we can get the Shaman mask before that, so I can add the Shaman mask into the next video as well. But I mean, we'll see what it's like. Right? Oh, okay, we're going back to this. We're still killing. We just finished a little bank run. We are nice and full. There we are. Nice, I'll take a hike, but we'll watch when I get back. Well, thank you for being here as long as you were, Curtis. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. Man, we've talked about a lot today. Talked about our potential magic change, which, no, I agree with the polls. We did that a while ago. Wow, we did that a while ago. Teleportation, yay or nay on chunk rolls. Overwhelmingly no. That's great feedback to have. Are there any other questions that you have? Any other things or features that you want kind of seen in ChunkMist that aren't currently implemented? different rules. Like, we're still early enough in the series that we can change and adapt things. So I am open to suggestions or to changes to make this more of an enjoyable series for you. Right? If besides, of course, collection log drops and that is a core mechanic we're not going to be changing anymore. We could change maybe our kill count number from 100 to something else if we wanted to. If that's something that you were interested in, more or less. Because 100 kills in something, does it add value to the kills? It adds weight, definitely, but is it the right amount of weight? Do we want to tweak that number from 100 to 200 or to 50? That's the kind of feedback that I'm looking for. As well, of course, as like C-Engineer plugin being turned off, right? For the most part, except for collection logs specifically. What y'all think? What are your thoughts? Everyone's just AFK in the room here. That's cool too. There are quite a few of you. I can see your numbers. 27 of us in here so far. That's crazy. I know I'm just in the side B monitor probably. Everyone else wants to play RuneScape as well, of course. That's what streams are for, really. It's a great positive of streaming. Is like, it's not for kill count. 100 does seem to be a good middle. Initially I thought it might take a while, but I don't think it's that bad. Really, it isn't. The Shamans were probably the hardest thing I've ever killed, by far. And that took me, couple hours. Couple hours of actually pulling myself off of the warriors and killing the Shamans. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't bad at all. Yeah. Jeez, we're on hour 4. Do we just keep going until we get the drop? Is that what we want to do today? Probably not. Just waiting until you need to kill 100 bosses? Well, that's the thing, is we're likely going to have to kill that 100 anyways, right? Because we got to get the drop logs from the bosses. The only exception to that 100 kill rule is, I think, wave-based bosses. So I'm not going to kill 100 Jads or 100 Zucks. That is the only thing where I think the 100 rule is going to be a little bit rough on. But that could still also be a stretch goal. Like, we might put that in the backlog and just get to it eventually. Because, you know, getting the Zuck pet or getting the Jad pet would be pretty cool, right? Titans. Yeah. Killing 100 Titans each. That's fine, right? I don't see that as a big issue. I think the 100 does work for everything except for wave bosses. Because I do not want to have to spend 200 hours killing Jad when if I already get the pet. Like, if I already have the pet on kill 7 or 8, why would I be killing Jad at that point except for to get 100? Like, that seems redundant. So wave-based minigames and stuff are going to be the exception to that rule, but everything else, every boss, is going to be that 100 outside of that. 100 corp kills is going to be rough, especially if we don't have any defense draining skills or abilities. That'll be rough. It'll more likely happen anyways for most bosses. Yeah, exactly, right? Any boss that we fight is, except for maybe Skotizo might be another exception. If we unlock Skotizo, that would likely be we get all the drops before 100. Even the... hold on, I'm gonna look up Skotizo because that's an interesting one. Bonk. Hold up. I got a... Might flash here for a second. No, we're good. Okay. So Scotizo. Yeah, his pet is 1 in 65. The Jar of Darkness is 1 in 200. We might actually... The jars, I think... Jars might be off. I think I turned jars and pets off in terms of drop rates. Just because those are absolutely insane. But it just depends. It depends, right? It might be fine. Every single boss we do encounter, these are going to be pulled. The pet followers are going to be pulled. Likely the jars are going to be pulled as well. Because getting a Jar of Darkness, that would be rough. That's a lot of grinding for the totem pieces. Then again, look at the rewards, right? You've got raw anglerfish. Oh, runite bars. Yuck. Torstall Snapdragon Addy ores. Like, this is a lot of, like, full rune sets here. Onyxes, there's a chance at an onyx. Several dragonstones. The ancient shards of course, are really nice. Like, the drop rate of this would be fantastic. I would love to do something like that. With a decent drop rate. But whether we do 200 of those kills for a jar... I don't know. That's a definite maybe. That's a huge grind. So, oh, yeah, time-gated bosses, I guess, would be the right term. So you have Scotizo, you have Hespori as well. Right? Hespori would be one that getting 100 kills of Hespori would be insane. Insane. Watch a Chunkman VOD today who allowed himself to store a task between chunks, so backlogging a single task complete another time. However, he could only store one task at a time. Yeah, the reason we haven't done that is because we have our not just standing clause. And because we can potentially ruin the otherwise grinds that would exist just by holding on to a chunk task. Like, for example, for us... the tree. Oh, speaking of trees, when is our next tree done? Brimhaven done at 12:45 a.m. Okay, we're not getting to a tree again today. Task holding is a little tricky because we have the not just standing clause. We already have a method of not doing agonizing tasks. And if we added a storage, I think it would trivialize it. Like, for example, right now, as soon as I got the mask, I could work on basically either the nature talisman or the mithril plate body. And if we get lucky with the nature rune grind, cool. If we get dry and get all the way up to 68 smithing without getting the nature talisman, cool. And then we backlog the other one or hold the other one. I think this is my I'm thinking about it face. It would definitely speed things up, but I don't think the problem is like, for example, if we spoon the nature talisman after getting the Ogress warrior drop, after getting the mask drop, then we could backlog the smithing grind. And if we backlog the smithing grind and then we roll the furnace, see, that's the thing, is that then that completely trivializes what we're doing right now, which is a benefit and also a negative. It would give us one additional little feature to play around with. Honestly, I think that is going to be the poll on the video tomorrow. Do I want to add that to a poll? Because, see, I've already gotten many comments about how easy we are making this. Like, in comparison to an extreme OneChunk Ironman, we're already a little bit on the easier side. We're not having to get the 99s. We're already doing this. If we added that additional benefit of being able to basically block a single task, I think that's gonna go too far. Gotta dip. Had fun chatting today. Look forward to the video. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate all of your talking today. And the interactions. It was nice getting to know you a bit. Yeah, I'll see ya. Why am I holding the pencil up? Fidgeting. Yeah, it was nice to see you here. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Adding a rule like that would be scary. Because it might move us too far away that people no longer want to watch. I get how some chunk men want to go down the insane rabbit hole. I think it slows down the grind at times and can lead to things getting stale in bad chunks. Yeah, Verf and the Dragon Axe. No, I entirely agree there. Right? I agree that it can stale it out, but like there's such a line. Like, for example, Verf needs to do that because he's set himself as the traditional extreme OneChunk Ironman. So like everything that he does is going to be, nobody wants to watch 11,000 Wintertod pulls. That is correct. But he's kind of pigeonholed himself into that, right? He can't change his meta because he is the extreme OneChunk Ironman. He is the base case. So he has to follow his rules, because as soon as he starts breaking his rules, he's no longer the extreme OneChunk Ironman. Then other people are. Then you have, yeah, right? I admire him big time. Absolute champion. Yeah, him grinding out those Wintertod pulls is an admirable feature. He got 99 wood cutting using a bronze axe. Like that's an insane grind, right? I got a 94 wood cutting, but after 75, I went from a bronze axe to an iron axe to a mithril axe, right? Like that was a huge game changer for me. Huge game changer, right? Yeah. Verf, Limp, and Frey all goated. They're all goated because they have that strict rule set of, I'm an extreme OneChunk Ironman, I don't make exceptions to my rules. I'm gonna grind out rune crafting using fire runes. Ugh! That would be awful, right? Just because you have access to the skill cape. That is why we turned off skill capes. We would still have to, don't get me wrong. Rune crafting is a whole nother beast, and I'm not sure if we need to eventually grind out like the highest rune available. Like if we unlock the fire altar, we'd have to grind out 70 so we could do 3 per essence. Or if we hit the air, we'd have to go right to 99 for that. Or whether we just grind out 11. Or like, I'm not sure if we just grind out to the level of the requirement or not. Rune crafting is a whole nother beast we haven't even talked about yet. That's actually super cool. That's actually a really good conversation idea, Abdukola. Yeah, talking about their grinds specifically and how they relate to our skills. So we have 1 rune crafting, 1 agility, 1 herb lore. Obviously, agility, the grinds are going to be to whatever our greatest shortcut is, or in the case of Brimhaven, shortcut plus all unlocks from the Brimhaven agility arena, or any agility course that has unlocks, like for example the colossal worm. If we unlock that, we're gonna have to grind for the colossal worm specific drops. Personally, I want rune crafting tied to a multiplier section. I'm curious what you mean by that. What do you mean? Rune crafting tied to the multiplier section. So if we unlock the fire altar, we'd have to go to 70. If we unlock the death altar, we'd have to go to 99. Is that what you mean? Is like tying that to the highest multiplier? That would be brutal. Especially if, like, Sunfire runes. That's 98 rune crafting off of Sunfire runes. Would not avoid having to do that. I would not want rune crafting tied to... I see. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I think multiple runes isn't enough of a goal change. It's kind of like us trying to go to... We don't have best in slot smithing unlocked. We have... Or sorry, we have best in slot smithing unlocked, but we don't have highest level smithing. So we don't have to get the rune plate or the mithril plate body because of it being a best in slot item. None of these items are best in slot items for us because we have all Addy gear. Addy plus gear now. So none of these are best in slot. Maybe the mithril two-hander for best flinch? Maybe. We'd have to see. Even then, I don't think so, because the rune battleaxe is just so strong in comparison. But yeah, we don't have the smithing tied to the highest skill level. We have it tied to the best in slot. So rune crafting, to tie rune crafting to multiple runes, that kind of feels like the best in slot multiplier. So tying rune crafting to multiple runes doesn't make too much sense. I agree with you there. I agree with you there. That is likely what is not going to happen. Just because, like, that seems redundant. That seems like a level of redundancy that we would not enjoy. Oh, look at that. I'm just setting up double ogre here. There we go. 2 ogres for the price of 1. Let's look a little further into rune crafting, though. Because we could definitely do it to combination runes. I think combination runes would definitely be, like, for example, if we unlocked the fire altar and we had access to earth tiaras, lava runes would be our level requirement. I think tying it into the actual just base runes plus combination runes would be an interesting idea. I wouldn't mind that. Oh, drunken dwarf. Thank you. We will take our strength and health up, and we'll eat the kebab too. Nice. See if we have an extra hit. Oh, 81. Maybe. One day. Maybe. Rune crafting. We got the rune pouches. If we unlock those, then, I mean, the rune pouches would obviously be something we'd need to do. Same with the actual items. Like if we unlocked desiccated pages and had access to any of these and had a training method for rune crafting, then we'd have to go up to level 50. That would probably be our big rune crafting grind, likely is the infusing of the pages. Ooh, yep. Yep, that would be it. That would be it. Yeah. So that's how rune crafting is going to work. Herblore. Obviously, Herblore is going to be much more traditional. We'll have to go to the highest potion that we can craft with the ingredients that we have. So right now, for example, we don't have Torstalls. So we don't need the super combat. We have the Torstall seed, but we don't have the Torstalls. We also don't have a lot of the superset stuff. What is the highest that we can get? We have Crushed Bird's Nest, and I'm pretty sure we have some Toad Flax, so likely it would be the Cerebrews. We don't have Coconut Milk, we don't have Lava Scale Shards, don't have Nail and Dust, don't have Bastion Potions, Sulfur Scales, Lily of the Sands, Crab Pastes. Yeah, it would likely be 81 that we'd have to get up to. Because Toad Flax, we've gotten enough of. Bird's Nests, we have a lot of. So when we do unlock Herblore, whoa, danger, danger. We were a little too AFK, a little too long. Whew. Almost just went back to Lumbridge, so to speak. Likely when we unlock Herblore, we're going to have to get 81 Herblore for Cerebrews, which is not going to be pleasant. Not going to be pleasant at all. Hopefully we have a seed Hopefully we'll have an herb seed farm by then. I'm very likely to have an herb farm by then, just because, again, let's go back here. Hold on. Bunk. Bunk. There we are. That is where we need to be to unlock herb lore, these 2 tiles. And guess what? Unless we unlock Catherby, and then East Catherby, and then this shortcut, which of course we can't do because that's an agility shortcut, then we'll have to go up to White Wolf Mountain and around and down before we get to Taverley, and then there. So there's like a good amount of chunks before herb lore is ever unlocked. And that would be our best case, unless we go Melzar's north, 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 which could be also the case. Like there's a couple ways of getting there, but the odds of getting there so directly are improbable. Very improbable of getting that. So it, like, getting that without unlocking, like, there's a patch here, there's the patch here at the farm, there's this here, this is another patch, and the farm here, there's a few full patches that we could get. Plus, of course, Catherby North right there. There's another patch that we could start doing herb runs at. We're not going to Mauritania anytime soon, so we'll rule that one out as a potential. But yeah, there are a lot of herb patches. Hey, how's the grind? Hey, Neroy. Grind is going good. We were just talking about what would happen if we unlocked herb lore. As for our kills, let's give you a bonk. Let's give you a quick visual. Boop, 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 boop. Boom. We are at 881 Ogress warrior kills, plus of course 100 shamans, which we were able to complete really just before the stream, the night before. How's that looking? I think that's looking fine. Right there. There we go. Yeah, the grind is going good. We are still under, we're under the rate, so hopefully we get it soon. I was hoping to get it this stream. We're 4.5 hours in. We might get nerdlogged today. That would be fun. Want to get nerdlogged on stream? That would be rough. 5 chunks away from herb lore. Technically, yes. So we need to roll Remington, then the north, this chunk here. Actually, we can't get around this chunk, so we'd have to roll here, diagonally to here, then here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From here, actually, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's our closest. If we also unlock a method of I think this is you need agility for this. Do you not? Is this an agility shortcut? Got the mask? No, I have not gotten the mask. That is what we are grinding for. Once we get the mask, then we have the nature talisman from the bull sharks, because these guys drop arrows and they drop nature runes and fire runes in enough of a quantity to count as smithing. And then we have our smithing task, which is 68 smithing. So we do have a ways to go. This is going to be I wouldn't say a death chunk, but it is a longer chunk, definitely. Mainly because these warriors are so darn slow to kill. If we had a better method, I'd be killing them a little quicker. Maybe we use some earth blasts on them or something. Who knows? Getting a lot of cosmic runes. We could honestly enchant a bunch of jewelry to help boost our magic level up a little bit. Man, we really need a magic shop is what we need. Or else we're just going to be killing these things forever. Where is our nearest magic shop? Probably Portsorim North, but that also unlocks... That's the thing. The best thing for us to do is probably Rimington, and then east to the magic shop, because that would avoid all of the potential what's it called? Royal Titan grinds. What's the current KC? It is 1,000, or sorry, not 1,000. It is 884, and with the shamans at 100, that is 984 kills in total. It is a 1 in 1,200 drop, so this is much like the ogres, where we are quickly encroaching on the number that we need for the drop. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting pretty close. Now, back to the topic of skills and training them up. As I said, rune crafting, we're going to tie those likely to the altars or to the infusion requirements, depending on what kind of pages we get. Hope you get it soon. I really hope we do get it soon. Thank you. So soon, then copium. Yeah, no kidding. It's if we get it too soon, then we're not going to have nearly enough runes, and then next thing you know, I'll be world hopping for an iron bar drop. Ugh, that would be rough. Because 68, yeah, there's like, we hit 69, that's 680,000. So we are about a third of the way to 68 in smithing, and that was a lot of world hopping. Whoa, Intrigue GST, 85 strength and 200 level. That's a big grats. That's a clean level requirement right there. 200 is big, yeah. Wow. New total worlds. Yeah, that's a total world level pog. Why'd I say pog like that? Ugh. Cringe. Yeah. I'm worried about getting spooned. If I get spooned... Ooh, 28 health. Come on, we can get this kill. How are there 376 more levels? Oh. Yeah, that's rough. Intrigued. There are. Those higher levels do not care for you. Okay, we're gonna start maybe flinching these guys. Or at least 5-tick attacking. Because that'll reduce the amount of attacks that they get in. Because they're a 4-tick attacker, and we are a 6-tick attacker. So if we attack every 6 ticks, we are effectively reducing the amount of attacks that we take by 50%. Yeah, there we go, we got him. Okay, let's head back to the trawler. Oof. 1 rune medium helm in that trip. That one's a rougher one. Yeah, we only have a little bit to talk about left. Then maybe we end the stream, because this is we have been going on for quite some time now. This is definitely our longest stream so far. Not necessarily bad, of course. There we go, 600 coins, bunch more lobsters. Head back. At least our banking trips are getting short. Like, they're not too long. We're down there for like over 20 minutes each because we haven't had a problem with the Corsair teleport. Or the fishing trawler teleport. So we're down there for at least 20 minutes a pop, at least. JK, it just despawned, lol. That's funny. Was on my way. Oh no. That's rough. So, the rest of the skills for training. Let's talk about that. Because we got some dangerous skills. We mentioned a little bit about sailing. But once we unlock the sailing chunks, which are... where are they? Here. 17, this one, and this one. Once we unlock that, we'll likely have to do runs from there to there. Until we can... I don't think Port Khazard's the highest. I think it's Fortis Cawthon or for the Alderaan docks, in order to actually dock there, there's a certain level that you require. So we'd have to likely grind this, specifically the back and forth, from the Pandemonium to Port Sarim, and just do tons and tons of trips until we hit probably 65 or so. Yeah, like 65 sailing or something like that, which isn't ideal, but it's better than the 99. I would hate to be stuck doing that until 99 sailing. So that would be not fun. That wouldn't be a good series. Right? Everything that I do is always in mind of would it be fun to do? Oh, honestly, I'd love to unlock. Like, this area is so rare. Like, this is going to be so hard to get to. But as soon as we do, then, oh, that's the thing, is we have this route up. That's scary. You imagine having to do Chambers... you imagine Chambers of Xeric as a OneChunk Ironman? Of course you can, because there's CoxChunk, who started in Chambers of Xeric because masochism. And then I think they also... Was it him as well, or was it someone else that started in Raids 2, Verzinhaza? I'm not sure, but I think so. I think there was someone else who started there as well. Like, the only thing left is a Raids 3 OneChunk Ironman. Same guy, yeah. Same guy. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Why would you do that to yourself? Oh yeah, that's because you stuck yourself in a grind that's so inconceivably hard. He's stuck in... Let's see. Let's go back to this map. Because he had... Boom. Had this, went over here, and he's stuck here. Right? He's stuck in the Graveyard of Heroes, which I think has... What was it that he needed there? I can't remember. I think it was from the Great Korend Necromancer, though. I think it has to do with runes. I think he has to get some silly magic level off of the runes from the Necromancer. I think that's what he was doing. Yeah, the Necromancer grind. Yeah, there's a level of a touch of that, exactly. 300,000 fire runes to superheat items for a smithing level. That sounds about right. Which is, I mean, we're doing something similar, honestly, but we only have 68 smithing instead of probably 99 or some stupid thing like that. He probably has to create rune plate body for my rune drop. That's probably what he has to do, so he's just there forever, and so he got bored, and he's like, well, while I'm doing that, let's grind out Theater of Blood at the same time. Right? Fortunately, oh man, any drop could be the end of this grind. It's one of the big things of old school, is like, at any moment, we could be moving on from this. Not moving on from the chunk, but moving on from our activity. Because I kind of want to do this until I get that, the mask drop. Then I want to use all of my resources possible to get as high of smithing level as possible. We're going to actually, let's do some math here. Because, the amount of bars that we get, experience acquired, I don't think we get any of this using a ring of forging or blast furnace bypasses this. Creating an iron bar using superheat. Ring of forging, superheat item, or blast furnace gives a 100% success rate. So we can make iron bars. Now, do we want to make those into steel bars instead? That's the thing, is the experience that we get using superheat, I think, is magic. Utility spell gives 53 magic experience per cast used to smelt ores into bars. Each bar yields the same amount of smithing experience as would be gained from smelting the bar at the furnace. The experience boosting of the smithing cape or goldsmith gauntlets are applied. Okay. So because of that... Oh, hold on. Let's eat. Nom 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 nom. There we go. Now because of that, is it worth... Because we get superheat. Give 12.5 smithing XP and 53 magic. What about steel? Steel would give us 17.5 and 53 magic. I mean, the magic is going to stay the same, but that is 17.5. Now, is that worth getting 2 coal for every single time? Can we get coal faster than we can get nature runes, is the question. Yeah, you got the rune plate body from the barbarian minigame. I think Sluffin got this insane grind while having to kill something for ores and having to superheat. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are stuck in 99 grinds because they got a rune bar. That's why we're not going to try to get that rune bar drop from the random events. We're going to avoid that for as long as possible. Until at least we have a furnace. Like, we absolutely need a furnace before we go for that grind. Otherwise, Chunk's dead. Right? Chunk is dead. That would suck. That would be awful. Awful, awful, awful. Then I would literally... I think I would literally kill off ChunkMist if that happened and start a new Chunk account. Seriously. ChunkMist would die. It would be a death chunk. It would, like, that, and we would start fresh somewhere else. Which would be awful. I would hate for that to happen. But, like, oh, that would, yeah, don't blame you. No kidding, right? Unless we destroy our rule set, that would be the solution. Honestly, if we got a rune plate body grind like that, I would... Yeah, your sanity and our boredom isn't worth it. Yeah, I don't want you guys to be bored. Was that hard of a concept to understand? Is I don't want to bore people? But... And then there's viewers going, another chunker not following his rules, like they'd rather wait 5 years for the next video. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, if the rune plate legs grind, for example, I mean, that's 99, right? If that were to appear on our chunks and we didn't have a furnace, I would likely implement, I would either kill off the chunk or we'd implement that backlog of the one special backlog, and then I would take the source of rune bar and make that into, sorry, we can't do that. Because otherwise the series dies. Now we get a furnace and suddenly it's a huge grind and definitely like death chunk worthy, especially since we only have a mithril pickaxe. I mean, it is mithril, it's not an iron pickaxe or a bronze pickaxe, but it would still be a hell of a big chunk, right? It would be enormous. Yeah. So the experience gained here, mithril bars give 30 XP. So obviously we want to use... Thing is, we have a bunch of iron. How much mithril bars when smithing gives us 50 XP as opposed to iron's 25 XP. we can produce iron bars much faster, but we can also get iron bars for free by just world hopping. I think what is smart is to literally leave our iron ores alone. And then use all of our mithril, which we don't have a lot of, but use all of our mithril, mine more mithril, in order to equal our nature and fire rune superheat numbers, make a whole bunch of mithril bars, then eat through all of those, see where we're at. Because if we're at like 66 smithing at that point and only need a couple more levels, it might just be worth iron bar world hopping from that point. Man, this is dangerous. Oh. Hydration check. Get your water in. Make sure you're drinking water. Coal is the main, the main deterrent here. Because the amount of coal we're going to have to mine in order to convert our mithril bars is going to be significant. Beer equals wheat water? I don't know. I don't know, Neroy. I don't know if beer counts as wheat water. You could consider it a fermented wheat tea. There you go. You're drinking fermented wheat tea. How's that sound? I mean, if you think about it, that is what alcohol is it's fermented tea of a specific type of juice. Fermented wheat tea sounds like me before I went to rehab. It works for me. I support it. Okay, so from now on, any alcoholic drink will instead be fermented whatever it's made out of and tea. I like my bean water better. Yeah, you got your non-fermented bean. It's bean tea. Coffee is just bean tea. Yeah, how do you like that? You're a tea drinker. We're all British here. Where's my tea and crumpets and my poor dental hygiene? I'm sorry for the British folk in the chat. Yeah, back to this table. Mithril bars give 50 XP, making them into... Like, that's going to be our best use of our nature runes, obviously. Obviously, because the nature runes are going to take so long to get, we're going to want to make mithril. Which means we're going to make mithril arrows, likely. Which are available at 55 smithing, which is exactly what we have. Cool. Ooh, craft chunk with a 98 smithing. Uno mas. Yeah, no kidding. Wow, that's a big level. Let's hope we don't ever have to get 98 smithing like that. Whew. I'm sure they have a better scenario than us, probably. Who knows though? They could be completely who knows what their scenario is. They could be world hopping for iron bars for all we know. Oh, that would be rough. Oh, that would be rough. Ugh. Alright. Well, I feel like we should probably end stream fairly soon. We're at 897 kills. We have been here for over 5 hours now. And any longer, and the next episode video might be delayed, and of course we don't want that, right? yeah, been good catching you live. Hope we catch more streams. Well, I am going to be streaming Tuesdays, that is today, and Fridays at about the same time. I'd probably get on at either 10 or 11 a.m. This is Pacific Standard Time. I don't know what that's 1 to 2 o'clock Eastern, and evening-ish for Europe land. That's what I'm planning on streaming, so Tuesdays and Fridays, because a lot of people have either Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday off, and I want to be able to get a little bit of each in either stream. So Tuesday and ooh, Southern Falador Craft Chunk. Oh shoot. First time in a year I can roll. Oh wow. 5 a.m.-ish New Zealand time. Yeah, that is unfortunate. New Zealand and Australia, those time zones are unfortunately I mean, I gotta also work with my life schedule, unfortunately. Thing is like, if I streamed much later in the day, like if I started streaming in a few hours, for example, yeah, New Zealanders could see me in the morning, Americans and Canadians could see me in the afternoon, evening, then I'm missing out on everyone in Britain and all of Europe gone. And there's a lot of you out there, right? So I gotta kind of pick my battles. What would I rather lose? Just hopped on. Best of luck on the grind. Well, Gummy, you came at a great time. We're actually finishing up pretty soon. This is kill number 900, which will mean we have killed officially 1,000 total Ogress warriors and shamans combined. We have 30k. Do we keep going until we level up? No, we don't. I think we finish up here. I've got to get to editing. I want to be able to finish up our content. Want to finish up the new episode. So we're going to end the stream here today. Thank you so much for coming in, everyone. I really appreciate the time that you spend here and the fun that we have. Being able to talk about so many interesting things, getting new ideas and concepts of what to do on certain things, that was super helpful. Streaming is still new to me, so there's a bit of work that still needs to be done, obviously. Yeah. Thanks for coming in, everyone. And I will see you tomorrow in the next video. Toodles.